ladies and gentlemen, members and officers, and welcome to this meeting, additional meeting of the Development Control Committee on the 5th of June 2014. First of all, for the benefit of members of the public, I'd like to explain who everybody is round this table. My name is Councillor Donald Sherlock, and I'm the chairman of this committee. And down the sides of the table, to the left and right, there are councillors who sit on the committee and who will be making the decision on the applications this evening. Immediately to my left and right are the officers who will be advising the councillors. And along the back, under the windows, are those councillors who are not on the committee but have asked to present their views, as well as the additional officers who may be called upon to help councillors. In addition, I'd like to explain that the Development Control Committee is a regulatory committee and not a political meeting. The committee will be looking at the evidence brought before us tonight and will make a decision based on planning reasons. We are guided by national and local planning guidance and policy. I understand that the planning that can be emotive, and I ask that everyone remains polite and professional throughout the evening. And may I ask all speakers, including visiting members, to speak clearly and to return to their seats once their presentation is complete. No further dialogue between members of the committee and speakers will be permitted once questioning has finished. And finally, may I ask all committee members to avoid repetition and ask members to keep any comments on each item to a maximum of 4 minutes. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the agenda. Apologies for absence and substitutions. I have resignation from Councillor Mrs. Frankham and replaced by Councillor Westbrook, and Councillor Gerdeson is replaced by Councillor Miller. And Councillor George Hood.
Can I ask for apologies?
Yes, of course you can. Yeah, no, okay. Are there any declarations of interest? No? Good. We next move to appointment of a vice chairman, because this committee hasn't got a vice chairman at present. Do I have any nominations?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to nominate Councillor Anne Court.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I say second.
Thank you. Those in agreement? Thank you. Good evening and welcome. Right, continuing the agenda, urgent matters. I have none. Nobody else. The minutes of the committee meeting held on the 4th of June will be taken at the next normal meeting of the Development Control, which is next week. And now we move on to applications for planning permission and public participation thereon, and there is only one subject, the Woodland Cut Wind Farm. What will happen now is that officers will make a presentation, and thereafter the parish and town councillors will be asked to come and have their say. And I will start off with Stephen Ballard from Popham, and if he could bring himself forward to there ready for when officers have finished. Okay, officers will now make their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. By way of brief introduction, the planning application before you is an application for 6 wind turbines at Woodman Popham with associated development including meteorological mast, control building, crane hard standings and access. The site is located towards the southern boundary of the borough, close to the boundary of Winchester City Council, as indicatively shown on the plan on the screen before you. The site is positioned on land between, but outside, the North Wessex Downs area of outstanding natural beauty to the north, which is indicated by the blue line on the screen, and the South Downs National Parks to the south, indicated by the red line on the screen. The green and blue are effectively the borough boundaries between Basingstoke and Winchester. For members' reference on the screen, the blue, it appears more sort of blue dots, but the blue dots are effectively the viewpoints that you viewed the site from on Friday. The site access would be created from Poppercourt Lane, which runs from the A33. The turbines themselves are proposed to be up to 130.5 metres tall to the tip of the blades, each with a tower between 80 and 85 metres, with rotor blades of 45 to 50 metres long. Each turbine would be supported by a crane hard standing to provide for safe operation. During the safe operation of cranes, it would lift the turbine components into place. As a case officer for the application, Nikki Spink will just briefly go through the update paper.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the update paper firstly refers to the viewing panel which occurred last... Sorry. Is that better? Firstly, there is a note of the viewing panel on page 1 of the update, which refers to the blimp which was flown by Save Our Scenic Hampshire Downs on Bridleway 702, which, whilst the height of it was not formally verified by officers, provided a locational reference point for subsequent viewpoints that you undertook. You asked for clarification at the site visit of the issue of the access and footpath implications, which I will come on to in a moment. The third-party representations, an update on the representations at the time of writing the report, is that they now stand at 1,966 representations, of which 1,217 are objections and 732 in support. No new issues have been raised in the additional representations other than those set out in section 6 of the report. But a further letter has been received from the General Aviation Awareness Council, which is a national body representing the general and light aviation movement, and that raises issues in relation to flight safety in support of the objection by Popham Airfield, and that's listed on the top of page 2. Further additional representations have been received from Osprey Consulting Services, making commentary on the video which members will recall they viewed in relation to the Bullington Cross wind turbine application last week, and also providing professional profiles of the report authors on page 3. Moving to page 4, Winchester City Council have provided a heritage impact assessment and concluded that none will have more than a negligible effect, and that they therefore would not seek a reason for refusal based on heritage issues for Winchester City Council area. TCIR, the applicant, have submitted a response to the committee report covering issues relating to ecology, aviation and Chilbolton Observatory and other issues. In relation to those 3 matters, they have proposed mitigation in an effort to overcome the 3 relevant reasons for refusal in the officer's report. And I will comment on that in a moment. They have also made the point that in view of the decision reached last week to refuse the application for Bullington Cross, they consider that all references to cumulative impact should be removed from reason for refusal 1 or your consideration. And they have clarified the issue in relation to Popham Footpath 5, which was raised on the site visit, and have confirmed that the footpath on the ground does not follow the line of the definitive route as shown on the Hampshire County Council definitive map, and it is proposed that it will be relocated to its authorised position, and that therefore they consider that the proposed site access will have no impact on the footpath along the route at which it should run. A further representation from Save Our Scenic Hampshire Downs has commented on the committee report, and I understand a copy of this has been circulated to all members as well. They disagree with the report in relation to the visibility of the development from within the Candover Valley. We have simply, in particular, the Church of St. Peter in Brown Candover. They are suggesting additional references in reason for refusal, the reasons for refusal relating to landscape in respect of landscape character areas, and have requested that reason for refusal 2 refers specifically to associated infrastructure as well as the turbines themselves. They have further commented that we should give consideration to the connection to the grid, which may have implications which could be major. And in relation to ecology, they are seeking additional matters to be included within the recommended reason for refusal in respect of reptiles, hedgerows and rare arable plants. And in aviation, whilst acknowledging the reason for refusal suggested in relation to Lasham, they are seeking, in addition to that, an objection in terms of impact on Popham Airfield. And they raise 4 other matters which are listed at the bottom of page 7 of the update. The officer response to the additional matters is set out in page 8, or from page 8 of the update. In relation to heritage assets, the position of Winchester City Council is noted and confirmed, and no additional reasons for refusal are proposed. In relation to Popham Airfield, the comments are noted, but the officer view is that they do not alter the position in relation to the advice we have received or the recommendation that there is no substantive grounds for refusing permission in relation to Popham Airfield. In relation to landscape issues, the comment is acknowledged and recognised that the zones of theoretical visibility are just that. They are a best estimate of visibility. They don't claim to be definitive. And further, that we do not consider a reference to individual landscape character areas in the reasons for refusal is necessary, or that there is a need to make specific reference to associated infrastructure. Still on page 8, there is a paragraph in relation to the connection to the grid, which was not included within your officer's report, and a reference to the environmental statement and supplemental response document, response to consultation document. Paragraph numbers are listed there. The comment in relation to the connection to the grid is that it is not possible to provide an analysis of the impact of that because the actual grid connection route will not be known, or would not be known, until such time as planning permission for the development is achieved. And if it was necessary to provide environmental assessment at that stage, then that is when it would be done. In relation to site access, we, having consulted with Hampshire County Council Countryside Access Team, we can agree that the definitive map shows a different alignment of Popham Footpath 5, and the Countryside Access Team have confirmed that the proposed action by the applicant would be acceptable. We are suggesting that an informative could be added to any permission, if granted, to alert the developer to the requirement to carry out that work. In relation to ecology, bottom of page 8 and first half of page 9, in summary, we acknowledge the proposals that have been made in relation to mitigation and welcome them, but consider that at this stage they do not go far enough or give the council sufficient certainty that all the outstanding matters can be addressed, and therefore the reason for refusal still stands as recommended. In relation to Lasham Airfield, which is at the bottom of page 9, we have pointed out that the council's aviation consultants have commented that if the proposed mitigation by the developer, which is to effectively cease or stop the turbines at any times when aircraft might be making an approach to runway 09 at Lasham, they have advised that that would remove any clutter caused by the turbines. However, there has been insufficient time to carry out a consultation with either the Civil Aviation Authority or ATC Lasham, and therefore our advice to you is that we maintain the recommendation, but in the knowledge that if, as a result of discussions, this matter can be overcome through the proposed mitigation, that reason for refusal could be withdrawn. In relation to Chilbolton and the mitigation, which is of the same type as for Lasham, i.e. to stop the turbines when the radar needs to point in that particular direction, consultation with the observatory station manager has resulted in the comment that would constitute partial mitigation only and would not overcome the objections raised, and given the continuing concerns, we're suggesting recommendation should stand. In relation to cumulative impact, the officer's view is that notwithstanding the fact that the Bullington Cross development has been refused, our advice is that provided you attach appropriate weight to the fact that that refusal has taken place, it is still appropriate for you to consider cumulative impact in the knowledge that that decision may of course be appealed. And to that extent, we have suggested that in relation to cumulative impact, the recommendation be amended to provide a separate reason for refusal for that element rather than rolling it into reason for refusal 1 as it was on your agenda paper. And so on page 11, the amended recommendation is set out in full for clarity. Reason for refusal 1 is amended to remove the cumulative impact element, which is now contained within reason for refusal 2. And reason 3, the only alteration to that has been some additions to the policy references in the second half of the reason. And reason 5, a similar additional reference to section 72 of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act. And in relation to ecology, reason for refusal 6, we have deleted the reference to dormice because the biodiversity officer has confirmed, as Natural England have previously, that the proposed mitigation in relation to dormice is satisfactory, and therefore that matter no longer needs to be referenced in the reason. Reasons 7 and 8 remain unchanged. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, now we have the parish and town councillors to speak. You will have 4 minutes each, and we'll give you a warning when there's 1 minute to go. But would be very helpful if you'd give your name and your position before speaking. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Ballard, Chairman of Popham Parish Meeting. We were consulted by your planning department regarding this application to erect 6 130-metre tall wind turbines at a distance of only 1.2 kilometres from our village. In addition, the 7-metre wide access tracks will actually pass through our parish. We studied the application documents, held discussions, and then conducted a parish poll before responding. 95% of residents opposed the application. Please, can I make it clear how strongly our local community opposes this application? We are pleased that the planning officer has recommended refusal to you and that our comments have been reproduced in full in her report. In contrast, we were totally dismayed that the applicant has not bothered to consult us regarding this proposal or the community fund, as has been claimed. If we were consulted, we would make it clear that this beautiful landscape and wildlife habitat is not for sale. People choose to live in Popham because of the rural views, the public rights of way, and the variety of wildlife. Most of these attractions will be lost if the wind farm is developed. The wind farm proposal makes it difficult to sell properties in the village at the moment. Wind farms do considerably reduce property prices. All of the severely impacted properties are not grand country houses, but simple ex-farm labourer cottages that have been lovingly restored and maintained by their owners. The principal view from these properties will now be a wind farm and not open countryside. Some of you will have seen the blimp that was recently flown to demonstrate how high the turbines would appear when viewed from the surrounding countryside. We were devastated. It appeared much higher than we imagined the wind turbines would appear. The views from our village will be overwhelmed by these giant, incongruous industrial structure. The local rights of way network is extensive, We've promoted local and long-distance routes. We believe it is the best in the borough and is popular with walkers, cyclists and horse riders. It is a valuable public recreational asset. 4 of the turbines will be sited within 140 metres of a bridleway, and 1 bridleway actually passes between the turbines. How can you safely ride a horse this close? Surely walkers and cyclists who enjoy the peace and tranquility of the open countryside will choose to go elsewhere. We believe the development of a wind farm will make this public asset worthless. We greatly value the wildlife in our parish. There is an exceptional assemblage of 12 bat species and 30 species of bird on the RSPB Red and Amber lists. This includes one of the UK's rarest mammals, the Barbasdale bat. The reason these species are rare is because of a loss of habitat and not climate change. The industrialisation of the landscape will reduce habitat and is another step on the road to extinction. Popham Airfield is a valuable local recreational asset for both flying and charity events. Please listen to the internationally renowned air safety expert that has expressed concerns over the dangers posed by this proposal. We believe the only reason this application has been submitted is because of the generous £33 million subsidy that will be financed by ordinary electricity consumers. That is £4,100 for each home supplied. How can we ask electricity consumers, many already threatened by fuel poverty, to subsidise this development when the Jersey-based applicant can pay a dividend of £4 million and pay no corporation tax? Are there better ways to spend £33 million and reduce our consumption of fossil fuels? Yes. Local climate change action groups have many suggestions, for example, building sustainable homes, improving existing homes, improving public buildings, etc., etc. Even renewable energy projects can be accommodated in the countryside if scale and siting is appropriate. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ballard. If you just wait there. Members, questions to Mr. Ballard? Councillor Bound.
Your last point, I think, about the subsidy. Wouldn't you accept, though, that something like nuclear energy receives a huge amount of subsidy as well, because it couldn't happen otherwise?
Yes, but in this case, it's about a balance. Here we've got, as well as the subsidy, we've got massive damage to hundreds of square miles of our valuable countryside, our rights of way. This is the £33 million that is not going anywhere to our community. It is going outside, it's going abroad, it's going to Jersey. I think the owners of the company control the company, eventually Australian. It is not doing anything for our community. It is ordinary people here that are paying for it. And we're not getting the benefit. All we've got is all the disadvantages.
Any more questions to Mr. Ballard? Thank you, Mr. Ballard. And now may I have Mrs. Marriott from the Candovers parish? And just for the sake of the future, much as I understand the desire to applaud people, it's better if you don't, and we just leave it as it is. Thank you. You have 4 minutes, Mrs. Marriott, and you press the big black button in front of you.
I am Susan Marriott. I'm the Vice Chair of the Candovers Parish Council, and the application sits within the Candovers Parish boundaries. After meetings and public consultations, there is an overwhelming objection in our parish to this application. As a parish council, we feel we are the guardians of the landscape and the historic assets in this part of Hampshire. Chiltern Candover is designated as a conservation area, and the Yew Tree Avenue, which members will have seen last Friday, is integral to the setting of the conservation area. Members will also have seen and noted Chiltern Manor listed in the conservation area appraisal as a notable building. The avenue was planted around 1660 as a vista for the then larger house built at the northern end. The avenue is listed by Hampshire County Council as a Hampshire treasure, defined as assets whose deterioration or destruction would represent a serious loss to our heritage. Hampshire Treasures describes the avenue as probably unique of its kind. It should come as no surprise that this very special landscape feature is referred to in many important historic manuscripts, including William Cobbett's Rural Rides in 1830. The proposed wind turbines would dominate the skyline, as council members will have seen from the B Road at the southern end of the avenue. The turbines will also dominate the horizon when seen from many parts of the historic Oxgrove Way, not only in the Candovers parish, but also in many surrounding parishes. Including in these views is the fine and historic Grade II listed church of St. Peter's in Brown Candover. Chiltern Candover is a historic site with a long history. The ancient platforms, roadways and drovers' routes of this medieval settlement are seen on the ground and listed in the Conservation Area Appraisal. Old trackways include the Oxgrove and many of the present-day restricted byways. Our community would like to safeguard the heritage assets of the villages for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Marriott. You just like to wait there. Members, any questions for Mrs. Marriott? Councillor Potter. Can you switch off your machine?
Big block.
Yes.
Hello, Mrs. Marriott. Obviously, I realise this is a very emotive and emotional subject for us, but in terms of some of the words that you use, I just wonder if you could help me a little. In terms of words like the turbines will dominate the skyline, dominate the horizon. I mean, my limited knowledge of the turbines is that they're fairly thin, grey structures. Well, depending on the distance that you're viewing them from, obviously, and obviously in terms of the avenue you talk about, I just want to be exactly clear in terms of your analysis of where the word dominate comes from in this context. That's all.
Have you seen the photo montages produced by TCI? Do you not think that is quite a dominant feature, the 6 turbines hanging over the end of the avenue? It is after all, well, you can just see them there. They are at about, I suppose, from the end of the avenue, 1 mile, 1 mile and a half. I'm not sure, I'm not very good at my distances. But they very definitely are there. People do come and they stop there and they look at the avenue because it's in the Hampshire guidebooks as a heritage asset.
Not for me to get an exchange at this time, but obviously in terms of any words that we use, any views, they're subjective, aren't they? And obviously my perspective or anybody else's about the domination of the landscape would be purely a view. Yours is that it will dominate, somebody else's might mean that they would not dominate and would be sympathetic to the landscape. It's a view, isn't it?
Again, you're quite right, it is a view, but many people have thought about this long and hard, and there have been many discussions, so it's not my view, it's coming from a great many people.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Mrs. Marriott. Now, may I ask Mr. Bray and Mr. Patterson from Micheldever Parish to come? You will have 4 minutes between you, and I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 minute to go.
Thank you. My name is Miles Bray, Mr. Douglas Patterson. We're representing the Micheldever Parish Council, which put in a very strong objection to this proposal. Tonight you're going to hear many objections. I simply want to emphasise one, which is landscape. Many of you have been to the proposed site. It is beautiful rolling Hampshire countryside with views stretching to the South Downs. An incredible asset, which quite simply we do not want ruined by what we consider to be an opportunistic developer. Douglas Patterson here is also chairman of the Divas Society, which is a conservation organisation with 6,000 members concerned with protecting the Hampshire Downs from inappropriate development. Douglas also has degrees in environmental science and environmental politics from UCL and Cambridge. He's a local farmer with very keen interest in sustainable energy. Thank you. I'm also a graduate of Cranbourne Comprehensive and Queen Mary's College, Basingstoke. I want to argue that in establishing planning bounds, it's important to know the level of subsidy and electricity output of turbines on this site, costs and benefits. Before I give you some subsidy figures, there are a few other points I'd like to make. The subsidy system is obscure, and I'm happy to explain this if you'd like, but we should bear in mind that it's a regressive tax. It hits the poor hardest. Therefore, we need to be absolutely sure we're getting value for money. Those commercially involved in the wind industry will tell you wind is the cheapest form of renewable energy. It is not. It's the cheapest way for energy companies to access the subsidies. That is very different. To be clear, there are situations in which wind turbines produce worthwhile amounts of electricity and some carbon savings. This is not one of them. Statements from both sides have caused confusion in the public mind over what's meant by load factor, but load factor is absolutely critical to understanding the public benefit and also the amount of subsidy harvested. The developer is now claiming a load factor of between 29 and 35%, which would suggest that this is windier than most sites in Scotland and windier than most offshore sites. This is clearly nonsense. But we're unable to predict this crucially important figure because the developer is claiming commercial sensitivity of the wind data. The nearest comparable turbine at Reading produces just 17% of its rated capacity. Let's talk about carbon savings. Why, for instance, do those countries with by far the most wind power in Europe, Denmark and Germany, continue to have among the highest carbon emissions, and yet now have the highest electricity prices in the world? There is a simple explanation. Targets. The developer claims this project is needed to meet national targets. This is not true. Figures just released by DEC show a huge surge in renewable capacity since 2012. We now have more than enough renewable energy capacity, either built or in the planning, or with planning permission, to exceed 2020 targets. There's half as much again in the planning system. We don't actually need any of the additional capacity now in planning. Exceeding targets with intermittent wind will drive up costs and carbon emissions. For the health of the planet, the big issue isn't whether we like the look of turbines or not. It's whether they ultimately help to reduce the burning of coal. These turbines will not help. This is fiddling while Rome burns. The subsidy figure, 35 million of public money over 20 years and rent to the landowner of £250,000 a year, amounting to a total of 6 million for the use of just 8 acres. All environmentalists should recognise this scheme is not what it seems, and awarding 35 million of public money to a financial speculator and a wealthy landowner will not help the environment one little bit. How can councillors possibly be expected to justify that to their electorate? Thank you.
Beautifully timed, thank you. No. Please don't clap. Questions from members? Any? No? Councillor Frost.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very eloquent speech. I'd just like you to expand a little bit more on the targets that have been met, please. We've heard it from a number of sources, but I would just like you to take us through very, very quickly, okay, the targets and what's actually been met for 2020. Thank you.
Okay, it's first essential to realise that the targets have various components, but basically it was set at 20-20-20. So in 2020, you would have 20% renewable, 20% energy savings, by 2020. Now, there was targets set for onshore wind, there are targets set for offshore wind, but all in all, there was a target of about 30 gigawatts. I can explain what that means if you like, by 2020. And we now have 35 gigawatts either
consented or in operation. There's a further 18 gigawatts in planning. Just to give you a perspective, the total generating capacity for this country is around 80 to 90 gigawatts. So we're approaching 50% of our total generating capacity. To put that into perspective, the output of wind turbines is, we have the same installed capacity of wind now as nuclear. Nuclear is continually running around 20% of our consumed electricity. Wind goes from anything from below 1% to a maximum of 14%, but basically around 6%. So from the same installed capacity of wind, we get less than a quarter of the output.
Sorry, Chair, thank you. A quarter of the total output, is that correct?
It's hard to explain this all in a very short space of time, but you have installed capacity and you have output, and the load factor is the rate at which the percentage of the total output, of the total capacity that is produced in output. So say you have a 2 megawatt wind turbine, the average, national average, is around 25-26% of that total capacity is delivered in electricity. And the electricity is measured in megawatt hours. So when you hear someone talking about, we're contributing so many megawatts, it doesn't mean anything unless you have megawatt hours, because that's the time it's actually running. And that is the whole problem with wind turbines. And as I say, I'm not saying that there is no place for wind turbines. I'm just saying that there are very specific situations, and there's a very specific percentage of the national installed capacity that is appropriate, and we've already reached that.
Any more questions? No, thank you both very much. Now may I call upon Sarah Thomas from North Waltham, please.
As previously, there are two of us, so could we have 2 minutes each? Would that be okay?
Yes, exactly. Will you tell us who you are?
Yes, certainly. I am Adrian McLaughlin. I live in North Waltham. I'm a member of the Village Trust, which runs the community hall, the Rathbone Pavilion, and the Cuckoo Meadow. And Sarah is from the Parish Council.
Fine, you have 4 minutes. I'll give you a warning when there's one left to go. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I live in North Waltham and I'm a member of the Village Trust, which runs the Cuckoo Meadow and Rathbone Pavilion community areas. I've regularly walked the footpaths and bridleways around the area of proposed wind farm for over 30 years. The impact on the landscape would be enormous, and they would be seen from many places, including the conservation area in North Waltham. 6 turbines with 50 feet diameter and 8 feet thick reinforced concrete bases will need approximately 156 tons of steel rods and 1,500 cubic yards of concrete to construct. This construction site will have a serious effect on the landscape, wildlife and cultural heritage of the area. The bridleway through the Holt, which runs along the site, is over 1 metre below ground in places due to the passage of horses and carts over many years. It is also a Hampshire County Council promoted cycle trail, with a second one running along the other side of the site. I can't believe many people would use either of them again when there is an industrial site between them. I hope that, like me, you are seriously concerned that there's been no local consultation at all for this site. This is despite the recent statement by the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government about objections from local communities being given proper weight. The poor quality of the environmental study data is also a concern. The exceptional number of bat species in the area will be particularly affected, and as previously spoken, the barbastelle, one of the rarest mammals in the UK, is sensitive to disturbance. This site should really be an SSSI. No survey at all has been carried out for hedgerows as required by the hedgerow regulations, so there is no data to examine the effect on the bats. Finally, As before, can I ask you a question? In these difficult economic times, is this the best way of spending 35 million of taxpayers' money? Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Sarah Thomas, and I'm here on behalf of North Waltham Parish Council, and we object to the proposed development. Our main objection is the size and the location of the development. We object on the basis of visibility. At 130 metres high, the proposed turbines are excessive in height and will be clearly visible from our village, our homes and all surrounding areas. Many people choose to live in our village because it's in the country and is surrounded with green fields and country views. They could not have foreseen that anyone would even consider erecting a 130 metre high turbine in clear view of their properties. The massive turbine near the M4 at Green Park, Reading, is 85 metres high. These are 130 metres high. Our second point is safety. We understand that the turbines can cause problems with radar, landing systems and aircraft. We have Popham and Lasham airfields from which regularly fly in the area. We also have air balloons and Chinooks from Odium en route to Salisbury Plain and also on their low night flying exercises. We are very concerned at anything which could affect the safety of the aircraft. And planning and building control. Just the control building is 30 metres by 10 metres. If we, any other farmer or any other resident applied for a building of this size in the area, there would be very little chance of us obtaining permission under the present planning laws. If farmers and rural businesses were able to build on the same scale, it would create many jobs for people in the village. The wind farm will create none.
Can you wind up now, please?
Yeah.
Just finish last point.
We're not against the principle of green energy, but the output claimed for many of the early wind farms proved to be extremely exaggerated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for North Waltham? No? Thank you both very And now call upon Mr. Collins from Upper and Lower Weald, please. Mr. Collins, you have 4 minutes, and I'll give you a warning of when there's one left.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Collins, and I'm chairman of the Parish Council of Weald. We are the adjoining parish to Preston Candover, to its east. We are, in fact, in East Hampshire District Council. My council has 3 objections in increasing order of importance, really. The first is that although we're nearly 8 kilometres from this site, we will be able to see these turbines, and so at its lowest level of all, my residents are going to lose amenity by having a blot on the landscape to the west. My second objection is that Woodmancote Down is on the threshold of the largest expanse of unspoilt chalk downland in Britain. It spreads down into Wiltshire and Dorset, and Basingstoke sits as guardian of that threshold. Do we really want travellers leaving London, travelling west into this beautiful area to come across right at the start such a set of eyesores as these giant turbines? I think not. And finally, the technology is flawed. Who wants a source of energy which is only there when the wind blows? Not only is it unreliable, but it needs standby conventional power source to make up the lack of energy coming from these turbines when the wind isn't blowing. And in fact, quite often, especially in the winter, on still winter days, there is no wind in this area. I ask you to surely turn this application down. The technology is flawed, and it will no doubt in due course be superseded by more trusted sources such as nuclear or emerging sources such as fracking. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions? No? Thank you very much. I'm John Mitchell from Northington. Certainly not. You will have 4 minutes, Mr. Mitchell, and I'll give you a notice when you've got one to go.
Sorry about that. In the wake of the localism, I'm from Northington, Swarton and Topford. We are adjacent to Brown Candover. In the wake of the localism bill, parishes, as you all know, were asked to produce parish plans. And to set about our parish plan, we issued a questionnaire to all the village and to seek their views on a variety of subjects. Among those topics for consideration were protection of the environment and promotion of renewable energy projects. There were 6 recommendations in the plan, and the last one reads as follows: discourage, underlined, development threatening the particular character of the villages of Northington, Swarton and Topford in the outstanding environment of the Candover Valley. Last summer, 2013, the parish council took soundings in the village on the application to erect wind turbines at Woodmancote Down. Opinions ranged from outrage that the turbine project had been allowed to advance thus far, to those which had a recognition of the need for green energy sources, with the rider that Woodmancote Down was the wrong place. The views received by the council on this questionnaire and the sounding out of opinion was that the proposal envisaging 6 or more perhaps wind turbines, each 130 metres tall on the Hampshire Downs, was unacceptable. They're visible from Northington, which is 20 miles away, and the villagers see them as ugly constructions disfiguring a beautiful part of Hampshire. The destruction of the landscape was the second major concern of the village. The erection of giant turbines will bring short-term noise and disruption that go with the construction of new roads, hard-standing cranes, and buildings to house infrastructure. But long-term, the turbine park will attract regular vehicle traffic and permanently blight the local landscape. There's already been reference to how you get the electricity off the site. A landscape architect who regularly prepares papers for promoters of wind turbine schemes said that he was surprised to learn that this proposal had seen the light of day. He said that turbine parks were more appropriate to wider landscapes, whereas this part of Hampshire rejoiced, his words, in a special intimate quality, as reflected in its small villages and hamlets. The Woodmancote proposal is at odds with its cultural and topographic context. The economic argument, I'm not going to attempt it was a strong one by most people saying you just didn't fit the bill.
1 minute, Mr.
Thank you. So I won't deal with that. The environment, the frequent concern regarding light aircraft and the harm to local wildlife. In summary, the most widely held opinion of my villagers is that if the wind turbines project goes ahead, it will result in the permanent disfigurement of our local landscape. The villagers have made it quite clear, in no uncertain terms, that the Hampshire Downs are a national asset beloved by the whole community and held in trust for future and present generations. This strength of feeling is consistent with the views expressed in the 2012 questionnaire and couched in the parish plan and unanimously adopted by the local community at its annual meeting. I'm confident that I represent the considered and sincerely held views and perceptions of the residents of Northern Swaddington and Totford. I hope that you, the Planning Council, will be able to give my fellow residents' opinions the weight they properly deserve.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Do you have questions for Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you.
Right. No, thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you. Next, Mr. Irons of Preston, Candover and Nutley parishes. Good evening. You will have 4 minutes, and I'll give you minutes when you've got a minute. I'll warn you when you've got a minute left.
That one, okay. Saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some of the concerns of our residents to this proposal. As you probably know, Preston Candover is the neighbouring parish. Preston Candover Nutley is the neighbouring parish to the Candovers. It is the parish at the head of the Candover Valley, effectively, and we are, of course, a conservation area alongside the Candovers, right the way through the valley. We regard the landscape around our village as one of extreme national importance and one which frankly should not be despoiled by what would see soon to be a industrial development, and totally one which is probably unnecessary in terms of national policy. With a design capacity of 15 megawatts and on TCI's or renewables only an estimate of only 20% capacity, this is going to make very little contribution to national energy needs. If you look at all the reports, you need at least 30 mile per hour wind to get these turbines to move at anything like their optimum level. Now, 30 miles per hour is a mere gale in most, in meteorological terms. Think where we've been for the last month. Those wind turbines would have been perfectly stationary for most of the time. Totally useless in terms of national policy. So to put those in an area of really important landscape value is to our mind almost a criminal act. This area is both highly productive, means the turbines will be visible from 10 miles away and from every bit of high ground around our village. They cannot, I think, be at all regarded as anything as an attraction or an advantage to anyone. One issue of great concern to us, which I know has been referred to earlier, is this whole question of how you connect these turbines to the national grid. This has not appeared in any of the planning documents so far, and I hear today that it's only going to be even considered if this application is agreed. Well, that really is a bit closing the stable door after the horse has bolted, because the obvious point of contact, or the point of connection, is at the substation in Preston Candover, top of Weald Road. If that goes ahead, we will have a 4 kilometre long power line stretching across the valley from the site at Woodmancott to an area between Preston Candover and Weald. We have had no indication as to what size of pylons will be used, or what location, or what route they will take. They will, if you took a straight line, they would go straight across people's gardens and houses. Now, okay, maybe you say, well, that's obviously not likely, but we don't know, and we've had no indication from either National Grid or SSE or or TCI removals as to where that power line is going to be.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. And one final point, I think, that we have in the valley enjoyed seeing in recent years the buzzards and the kites returning to our fields. They hunt regularly along the high ground along each side of the valley. There is no doubt that if these turbines come in, those birds and others, birds, kestrels, skylarks, which is on the RSPB's list of endangered species, and also nest in that area, they will be seriously at risk from these turbines. And we do not think that it is justified to put turbines in this location for a very, very superficial, if you like, read, and also for a reason which basically is solely to enrich a foreign company. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irons. Do you have any questions for Mr. Irons? Thank you, Mr. Irons. Next, Julian Jones, please, of Dummer. You have 4 minutes, Mr. Jones, and I'll give you a minute's warning.
Thank you. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to address the meeting this evening. I'm Julian Jones, Chairman of Dummer Parish Council. I've lived in Dummer for 30 years. The village is close to the wind farm. Its conservation area is just 2.4 kilometres from the turbines numbers 5 and 6. The site viewing illustrated the impact on views from the village. The Parish Council recognised the impact of climate change, but this should be addressed by sustainable, energy-efficient policies. Our concern is the importance of access to a tranquil countryside for the mental and physical health of the population. We fear the detrimental impact of this industrial development on our rural environment, the rights-of-way network, and the prospects of a healthy life for the present and future generations. Britain and Basingstoke have an epidemic of obesity. The borough should promote exercise and a healthy lifestyle in line with its local plan vision statement. North Hampshire has no national parks, and there are very few areas where there's a right to roam. Residents must access the countryside using the rights-of-way network. The M3 prevents access to the countryside to the south of town, except at the A339, the bridge from Viables, and 3 miles to the west at Kempshott Park. Today, it's possible for residents in the southwest of the town to walk into the countryside by crossing the M3 by the bridge on the Wayfarers Walk at Kempshott Park. The Wayfarers Walk is a cross-county path of national significance and gives access to other bridleways, the 11 to Nutley, the 19 to Popham, the 702 and 704 to Woodman Cott, and the 703. But the remoteness and tranquility of these paths would be blighted by the views from the wind farm. Bridleways 702 and 704 would be rendered unsafe for horse riders. The countryside that surrounds these rights-of-ways and the panorama visible to the south is exceptional. There's a profusion of wildlife. Buzzards and red kites are often seen and skylights heard. I can remember seeing lapwings in the fields next to the 704 when I walked these paths in the 1980s. Basingstoke has an extensive network of cycle paths, but it's been highlighted by Councillor Bierman on many occasions that cannot be regarded as a cycle-friendly place. For residents, the bridge at Kempshott Park gives access to the safe Abbotsdown and Candover's off-road cycle trails. But these cycle routes run past and through the wind farm. Every week, people from further afield drive into Dummer to take advantage of these cycle routes. In a recent edition of Waitroses Free magazine, you may have seen, Claire Balding describes a walk on the Wayfarers Walk with friends and their children, starting at Brown Candover and ending with lunch at the Sun Inn in Dummer.
1 minute, Mr. Jones.
I also walk with neighbours alongside that route, regularly walking to East Stratton for lunch at the Northbrook Arms. This highlights the importance of these rights-of-way and cycle tracks to the local economy. the Queen Inn and Sun in Dummer, the Northbrook Arms at East Stratton, the Purifying Press in Candover, the Royal Pack in Topford. It's vital at a time when business rates are high and large numbers of pubs, like the Candover Crown at Axford, have closed. But planning decisions do not destroy the viability of more rural businesses and bring unemployment and fail to bring employment and money into the local community. I urge you to refuse this application to protect the health of future generations and to preserve the rural economy.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Do I have any questions for Mr. Jones? No? Thank you very much. All right, now the objectors, please. Mr. Mosley, supported by Mr. Chris Thompson, Mr. Irvley, and Darcy Ladd, and Ms. E. Bray. And you've got a total of 8 minutes between all of you. And I will warn you when there's 1 minute to go. You've just switched yourself off.
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Mosley, and I represent SOS Save Our Scenic Hampshire Downs. Our group is made up of local individuals and businesses from a wide surrounding area of the proposed site. Let me be very clear. All of us here this evening understand the need for renewable energy, but in our view, wind turbines need to be appropriate to the environment in which they are sited. The Secretary of State for Energy and Climate Change has stated that it is important that onshore wind is developed in a way that is sustainable, economically, environmentally, and socially. We believe that the application being considered this evening does not meet any of these three criteria. We certainly refute the applicant's many new claims about the performance of these wind turbines in the flyer sent to you, the Development Committee, this week. None of these claims are substantiated. May I remind you that this is not a windy site. Analysis of the National Wind Database puts this in the bottom 5% of UK onshore wind turbine sites. Nor are these wind turbines sustainable environmentally or socially. Why? Well, in the words of your own planning officer, whose recommendation to refuse this planning permission we fully endorse, this proposed development would, and I quote, result in unacceptable harm to the purposes and special qualities of the South Downs National Park and the North Wessex Downs LNB. For us, one of our major worries is the catastrophic impact that 6 wind turbines would have on our very unique Hampshire landscapes, protected historic villages and churches. Again, I quote directly from your officer's report. The turbines would create an extremely tall, incongruous and industrial presence that would cause significant harm to views from extensive sections of public rights-of-way, the local rural road network and local residential properties. We also worry about the impact on natural habitats and species that inhabit them. Similarly, the impact on the local heritage assets, views of which will be desecrated. And what about the real issue of air safety at Lasham and Popham airfields, and the impact on world-renowned research carried out nearby Chilbolton Observatory? I'm joined by Neil Irvley, an internationally respected air safety advisor and light aircraft pilot at Popham Airfield, and Darcy Ladd, station manager from the Chilbolton Observatory. Both are widely recognised to be at the top of their profession. Importantly, both are local practitioners, not desktop theorists, and we'll be happy to take your questions. Are you aware of the groundbreaking research undertaken by Chilbolton Observatory for the Met Office and NASA? Providing the Met Office with tools to identify approaching extreme weather conditions has to be something we must not put at risk. Recent flooding in Basingstoke and surrounding areas should bring the importance of this research sharply into focus. The applicant's recent communications are riddled with suggested conditions for mitigation. For example, stopping the turbines for periods when bats are most active, or when commercial aircraft are in final approach to Lasham, or laughably, when Chilbolton Observatory is studying weather patterns. Does this not confirm the inherent unsuitability of the proposed site? Now, I make you aware of the farcical situation in Spondon, in Derbyshire, where 2 recently built wind turbines lie idle because of the impact on radar at a nearby airport. Can I remind you that no mitigation exists or will ever exist to reduce the impact on landscape? This will have been very evident for those of you that saw the blimp flying last Friday on that glorious, windless day. It's not for me to tell you that this is an opportunistic and speculative project from a developer that started out harvesting eye-watering grants and tax breaks in forestry, and when this dried up, moved into the more lucrative wind industry. This is one of 10 similar projects around the country where the applicant's game is to sell on the planning consent for vast profit and move on to the next unsuspecting community. Profits made at the expense of Hampshire's unique landscape assets. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to remember that our landscape is not renewable. And may I introduce Mrs. Bray, a resident of Woodmancote.
Good evening. We live with our 4 young children in the closest home to this proposed site, just 650 metres away. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the local community who are 100% against this proposal. Why do we object so strongly? 3 main reasons: health risks, visual impact, and impact on ecology and environment. Firstly, the health risks of turbines. I've done lots of research around this and it makes frightening reading. Wind turbine noise is described as intrusive and incessant, like a train that never stops. We know for certain that the low-frequency beating sounds cause sleep deprivation. That alone has a serious impact on health. The wind industry admits this is true. We know that the mitigation they propose is still untried and unproven. Wind turbines also emit infrasound and low-frequency noise, exposure to which can cause headaches, tinnitus, memory loss, nausea, and chronic fatigue. The wind industry will deny these effects, but they are too widespread to be denied. I could cite many examples of cases where people have been driven from their homes, and there is clear medical evidence that infrasound causes changes to the inner ear. Medical experts are calling for further investigation, and if there is any uncertainty at all, we do not wish to be the guinea pigs. To my second point, visual impact. Having recently seen a blimp last week flying at the height of the proposed turbines, I was utterly shocked. It was clear that these will be seen from miles around, totally changing the character of the landscape we know and love. My final point, impact to the environment. We live surrounded by stunning countryside and wildlife, and we appreciate it every day. I'm a physio, and as a business, I lead groups of walkers along the public rights of way as part of the Move for Health campaign to combat obesity. So I see firsthand the benefits to our local community from the simple pleasure of enjoying our natural, unspoilt environment. And I worry that future generations will be denied this. Above all, we want to provide a sustainable environment for our children, but the benefits of wind turbines have to outweigh the harm, and in this location this is clearly not the case. I urge you to consider the overwhelming local opposition and the complete lack of communication on the part of the developer, which has left us as residents confused and anxious. We are genuinely scared that these giant 130-metre turbines will be dangerously close to local families. Please consider that in Scotland, they have already recommended a safe separation distance of 2 kilometres. The whole of Woodmancote and Popham are within this distance. I urge you also to consider your obligation to act consistently with the European Convention of Human Rights, which includes a right to enjoyment of property and a right for respect for home, privacy and family life. I leave you with a quote from the conclusion of a recent central government debate on the safe distance of turbines from homes. It reads, in the end, local people should decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please refrain from that. Right. Questions? Councillor Frost, followed by Councillor...
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions for Mr. Ladd. Okay. Obviously, I learned of the importance of the Chilbolton Observatory at our meeting last week, where we were deciding on the Bullington Cross area. And again, and please let me refresh your memory. In there, you said that there was a question. I asked you a question of how far could your radar see on an uninterrupted horizon, and you said 200 kilometres. Would that be the case in this direction? Because it's a slightly different direction.
Yeah, the Woodmancote is 18 kilometres. The wind turbine farm is going to be 18 kilometres from the observatory, which is 8 kilometres greater than the Bullington Cross wind farm. But it's on higher ground and has taller turbines, so it will sort of impose itself and be visible within our beam up to an elevation of just about 3/4 of a degree. Now, the higher that the antenna has to scan in order to overcome obstructions, sort of diminishes the distance at which we can see the weather. Basically, I mean, weather only exists, to so many thousands of meters above the Earth, beyond which, you don't get the water vapor, which, forms the cloud and precipitation. So the higher that we have to incline the radar to look above the wind turbines is going to limit the distance at which we will see the effects of the weather. So the Woodmancote farm being slightly lower is not going to have the same impact as Bullington Cross. But it's, I consider, well, not I, but myself and the scientists that we support still consider that it's an adverse impact that we'd be better doing without. I think it's going to affect a 4-degree span of the area that we sweep, which only relates to 1%. But given the unique nature and capability of this facility, I mean, even 1% is going to have an impact on the short-term, long-term research that's conducted with the data that we collect. Does that cover your question?
Thank you, Jay. Just 2 more questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you've said it's 200 kilometres being the current threshold of workability. If you were to aim the radar at just above the Woodmancote turbines, admittedly it's a slightly higher elevation, it's further away, larger turbines, etc. What would your estimation of how far do you think the radars would be able to see of that 200 kilometres?
Okay, I mean, I've calculated some figures. Now, I mean, they're only generalizations, not to get too confusing, but the radar beam actually bends because of refractive effects in the atmosphere. So it's dependent upon temperature, humidity, and other effects like that. But in general, I mean, if we were simply to look out to a range of 100 kilometers, at half a degree, the radar beam is going to be 1,500 meters above the ground. If you have to extend that to 0.8 degrees, which would put it above the wind turbines, you're now looking at over 2,000 meters. So there's sort of a 500 meter gap in what you can no longer see in order to move away from the impact of the turbine.
Thank you very much for that, but that is actually the width. I'm talking about the actual distance. So, for example, if the wind turbines weren't there, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you said last week you'd be able to see 200 kilometres away. Obviously, if we were to put the radar just above the wind turbines, at what distance do you estimate you'd be able to see? Would it be the 10 kilometres that you said last week, or would it be slightly further out, let's say 50?
Well, at half a degree, at 200 kilometers, we're looking at 4,000 meters above the Earth. so or above the ground. So at that level, certainly during the warmer seasons, I guess sort of spring, summer, you tend to have ice cloud at about that height. As the winter draws in and the air temperature drops, you tend to get ice cloud at much lower levels. So the rain forms beneath the ice cloud. Ice doesn't reflect as strongly as rain. So if you're looking above sort of the ice or into the ice, then you're not looking at the same physics of the rain that's developing beneath. So ideally, you want to be able to scan through the ice, the melting and the rain by limiting the maximum, by limiting the minimum elevation at which you can start that scanning. You're sort of limiting what you can see. So I mean, you've got to take into context, the height at which the visible weather exists. Now, I mean, in practice, I mean, our radar can see much further than 200 kilometers. I mean, we've been conducting other work where we're tracking satellites in space, which are 2,000 kilometers away. So the limitation is the fact that your target is actually still within range, or so it's still within the beam. Once you've gone above your target, then you can't see it. So the higher we have to point, the closer in the visible target is going to be.
Thank you, Chair. And roughly what distance is that? I mean, you've obviously done the calculations. You must be able to put a distance on it. Are you saying that in the area of Woodmancote, you're only going to be able to see the full visibility of the weather out, say, I don't know, 20 miles, 30 miles? Or are you going to be able to have the normal 200 kilometres that you actually said that you had normally, which was your testimony last week?
Well, if you were to say that you wanted to observe the weather at sort of 3,000 meters above the Earth, then in the direction of Woodmancote, you'd be able to go out to about 120 kilometers. If you to go beyond that, you're going to be above the bulk of the weather, not the bulk, the interesting parts of the weather that the scientists require.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Tomlin, followed by Councillor Potter, followed by Councillor Bound.
Thank you, Chair. Well, that was my first question that I chose, so I won't re-ask that, but thank you very much for that answer. I fully understand it, your point on that, so thank you for explaining it. My question is to your colleague who didn't speak. Now, if I remember rightly, you said that you were a pilot when you fly out of Popham. So my question to you is, do you fly the typical aircraft that I would associate with Popham, which are light aircraft, the ones that buzz around in the sky a lot, the microlights, I think you call them, or much smaller planes? We have had a lot of information given to us by specialists who seem to have come wonderful credentials of flying fast jets, and probably, which is fine, but I want to check the relevance of their experience, given yours of a microlight pilot, in the turbulence effects. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. The CFI at Popham. We only have light aircraft at Popham. I'm qualified for them all. I tend to concentrate, because I'm an examiner, on the ones that weigh about, let's say, about 1 metric ton. And we have a very active school that operate, if you like, under advice from me, but independently. Advice as in safety terms, which are the microlights right down to the very lowest level. So we all are a community there. I mean, my qualifications when I got them could have put me on the commercial flight deck, but in fact I've spent the last all the time at this level of aviation actually mentoring for safety. And Popham's the ideal place, because it's people doing it for leisure. There's no one there that's going to the commercial flight deck. They're there for leisure activities. They've got a wonderful safety record, and I'm certainly proud of being there. And the problem is that we get lots of people telling us you could cope with this, you could cope with that. Usually they've been flying every day in the military. You know, these are people that are perfectly safe flying every weekend, and we make sure they're safe. They're perfectly capable of looking after themselves in the conditions we've got around Popham, which, let's admit, are not ideal. We do get little bits of turbulence off the trees. What we're worried about here are things like it's a completely different sort of turbulence. It's rotational turbulence that come off wind farms. So our objections are many, one of which is turbulence, but it's not a normal turbulence that you would cope with. If I can just give you one example, if I'm flying sort of a winged aircraft, I don't know if you can see like this, if I'm flying to normal turbulence, say on approach, it would affect both sides of the wing. So in fact, if I hit turbulence, it would only be a thin layer for the trees, and I would either drop a little or be raised a little, but it would be even. Now on approach, you're approaching with very little power, so you've got the full power ready to actually climb away from that if it becomes too much. And there's no difference between the wings. The moment vorticity is introduced into the air, which it is from turbines, the one thing the pilot never meets is actually differences between the two wings, and that's the surprise. And if it's on takeoff, just think, if you've got turbulence off a tree or a bush or something like this, it's very minor, but you're taking off fairly slow speed, and if you hit turbulence, you're actually then climbing away from it. If you actually climb into a layer of turbulence, there's nowhere else to go except deeper into it, and you're already on full power. And with the rotational effects, that's the real problem. I just noticed in this briefing note here, they're talking about vortices from large commercial aircraft and the effects on light aircraft. That is completely understood. So 100% of the time, if I was allowed to approach, let's say at Southampton Airport, behind a larger aircraft, at a certain distance, I would be hit by the problem. The problem I've got, and it's completely understood and it's dangerous, and therefore Southampton would not allow me within a certain distance. If you go and fly at Southampton in a light aircraft, or you go behind any sort of large aircraft, they say minimum spacing 4 miles. Now, I'd be asking for it to go behind there. The problem with the turbulence on the wind farms is that we've heard, even from the climate people, we all know weather's different every day. There's so many parameters go into it that I could actually look at the wind farm on a day like this, and I don't know this dangerous turbulence. One week there will be, because of parameters that we can't see, such as the temperature, the stability, and things like this. On another day, I'll fly there, and it will be extremely dangerous, but I can't see the difference physically from the ground. So it's a bit like me handing you an electricity cable and saying, look, I'll always hand you this cable whenever I meet you. Some of the times it will have 240 volts in it. Other times it won't. And you won't know the difference by looking at that cable. That's the exact situation we've got in the turbulence. And it's not a football league game where you can lose a match and then go on to win the league. It's an FA Cup match. You go flying, you lose one, you're out.
Thank you very much. No, that's very well explained. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Potter?
Thank you, Chair. Could I return to our representative from the Chilbolton Observatory, please? Sorry to get it. There's just a couple of things really, and I don't profess to be the experts that others are on this, but in terms of our update sheet, we're advised that there is some discussion, has been some discussion about possible mitigation, and I just wanted to ask really how practical this would be, because the condition that's being talked about is that the turbines could be stopped when the radar is being scanned in the direction of the wind farm. I mean, I just want to be clear, and there's been discussions about this, what that communication would entail. I mean, simply does Chilbolton say on a notice basis to somebody, we're going to be scanning in that particular direction at this particular time, QED, it follows the turbines could be stopped. I don't know how that would practically work. Do you have an understanding of that?
No, I don't. I mean, this opportunity of mitigation was sort of only made aware to me 2 days ago. and there's been no consultation with the applicant on how this could be conducted. We don't provide any notification of when we want to operate. We're an experimental facility, so principally we will be conducting observations when there is weather of particular interest. Now, we can make a decision on our own basis, and on many occasions, we will be contacted by the scientists, the project scientists for which we might be conducting particular observations. And, we do always ask for as much advance notice as possible, with the availability of weather forecasts. I guess the scientists at the University of Reading get quite detailed.
Just to come in, I mean, obviously the note we have says that the observatory station manager has commented. So in other words, a proposition has been put and the manager has commented that this in some senses could be a practical operation that could work. But I just don't understand how the mechanics of that would work and how the communication will work. But certainly that discussion has taken place, has it?
I'm the one who responded. I responded to say that if the turbine was stopped, then rather than being a moving target, it becomes a stationary target. So, in the sense, it then just becomes part of the ground clutter. But it still poses an obstruction to the radar beam. So we'll still limit visibility beyond the wind turbine. Weather generally presents itself as a moving target. So, one way of discriminating between clutter and weather is when it's moving. If you've actually got a wind turbine, then because that's moving, I think, you perceive it potentially as weather because that's what you're interested in. And it's quite a large target. It's unlike, something as small as an aircraft, which moves very quickly through the beam. There have been instances, I think there was one instance in the United States where, a storm was wrongly forecast, because of corruption of the weather data due to a nearby wind turbine to a weather station.
I wasn't being rude there, by the way, I knew who you were, but it's just that the commentary within the update sheet talks about it anonymously in terms of the post rather than the individual. The other thing I just wanted to check, in terms of being the distance that the observatory is from the wind turbine farm which is proposed, in terms of a scan on a 360-degree basis, would I be right in saying we are talking about something like a 4-degree element of that 360 which would actually hit, my layperson terms, hit the wind farm? That's the sort of 4-degree bit that we'd be talking about. Would that be about right?
Well, the 4-degree would be, I think, the minimal span, minimum sector, for which the main beam would be impacted. But because it's, sort of a very sensitive radar, you do have what are called side lobes in the antenna beam. And they're less sensitive, but for a very strong reflecting nearby target, they can dominate the signal. So even when your main beam is outside that 4-degree sector, you'll still be picking up scattered energy from the side lobes. So it's difficult, to determine precisely what the exact impact is going to be. Now, I think the consultants working on behalf of the applicant have said that there are sort of poorly understood effects. Further research is required. Now, they've actually suggested that we'd be the perfect opportunity to conduct this research. We may well be, but that's not the area of research that we're currently in. I think the applicant would be better placed, putting money into another centre where there's already an existing wind farm, rather than putting a new one in to be able to conduct this research. Now, the nominal 4 degrees is about 1% of the full 360 degrees which we scan. Now, I think at the moment, we have another 4-degree sector over which we are blanked from transmitting because it's when we're pointing in the direction of Bournemouth Airport. Now, that's been imposed on us by the CAA, and that's a safety of life issue, to prevent interference with the air traffic control system. If okay, I know that cumulative effects should not be considered here, at least that's what's been implied. But I mean, the Bullington Cross wind farm will add another 10 degrees. So each of these cumulative effects will limit, our visibility, in the southern region.
Councillor Bond?
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. One to Mr. Loud and one to Mr. Lee. The first one, in your presentation, you mentioned something like 4 degrees and then 1%. I wasn't too clear what the 1% was talking about.
Okay, well, the 4 degrees is sort of the azimuth span over which the main beam of the radar is going to see these wind turbines. Now, that's 4 degrees out of 360, which would be a sort of a full rotation. So 4 degrees is roughly 1%. So that's where the 1% is. I mean, it sounds like a very small amount, but when you're trying to track, an item, yeah.
So how, in terms of the amount of time that you spend scanning, how much? I know it depends upon the experiments that you're doing. But my perception of weather is that mostly comes in from the southwest. But are you saying that you look a lot in that direction in terms of the amount of time that you're scanning?
Yeah, it is true that the weather does generally come from the southwest. But the people that live in London, their weather comes from the southwest. So what is their prevailing weather is weather which is receding from us. So, if we're trying to study weather over London, we need to turn our radar, away from the approaching weather and look at it as it recedes. You can't make a judgment on how the weather is going to develop over London based on what it's doing over Devon. What you need is to put together a complete picture. So you want to track it as it comes towards you, and then turn around and track it as it goes away from you. So, that the directionality is difficult to quantify. How often we scan in one direction over another direction. Unlike sort of air traffic control radar or even the Met Office radar system, we don't go round and round and round. We tend to focus on particular areas of interest.
Mr. Lee, I feel that I'm being baffled by science in many ways in terms of this aviation stuff, because we've got a report in front of us where Pegasus, who are the chosen borough people in terms of their consultees, Osprey, sorry, are giving us not exactly a contrary view, but it does seem contrary to what you're saying, to my way of thinking. And Chris made a sort of comment about them being big aircraft people. They're not knowledgeable about small aircraft, but I would have thought what applies to a big aircraft would apply to a small aircraft as well. Right,
well, just on the last point, it's not true. With light aircraft, you've got no inertia. You're usually at the limit of your power. The CA and the large aviation experts tend to concentrate on licensed airfields. Licensed airfields indicate public paying passengers, and that's the CA's big remit, is to protect those. So they're dealing with large heavy aircraft with inertia to get through turbulence, with excess power to get through turbulence. So what applies to a licensed airfield is actually the unlicensed airfields and the lighter aircraft that need much more protection. If I can go on to Osprey, I must say I don't think you're paying them enough, actually, because every time I look at any fact in one of their reports, it seems you've got half the story. Everything I've looked up in the Osprey report tends to be true in itself, but has actually left the situation so that a layman taking that half-truth would actually extrapolate to a wrong conclusion. I can give you numerous examples, and I've sent numerous examples in. So in fact, they're not telling you lies most of the time. They're stating facts that lead the layman to a false conclusion. Whereas if I continued that fact
then you would actually see that it's actually an anti-wind farm. If I can name numerous for you, from the wind farm at Carmarthen to their report about East Midlands, they talk about they say there are no published no-fly zones. I just picked 2 airfields. I found East Midlands. We've got a wind farm. Why have we got a no-fly zone? Yes, we have got a no-fly zone. It's imposed by air traffic control. We don't allow any helicopters between us and the wind farm. What about light aircraft? Well, actually, we don't have light aircraft here, but they'd be banned as well. Why don't we show it on a chart? Because it's our airspace. We control it. Aircraft within that airspace have to go where they're told. So the standing orders at East Midland is not to let helicopters into that area, but you get a claim from Osprey there are no-fly areas. If you look at Carmarthen, which they quoted, they quote half the website. They're saying there's a wind farm here. You just need a briefing from an instructor before you go there. We've stopped the story there, so it sounds like everything's okay. You just get a briefing. If you go to the website, you'll find that it says when the wind, the turbine and this particular runway align within 10 degrees, no approaches are to be made. Again, you're getting half the story. In this report here, they talk about no reports to the CA about wind turbines. They're talking about a scheme that light aircraft pilots wouldn't use. It's a legalised scheme within the Air Navigation Order, which sets out who can use the scheme. In fact, anyone could use it, but light aircraft pilots are not taught about it, because it's there specifically in the legal document saying it's for air traffic controllers, maintenance personnel, and all sorts of high-powered aircraft pilots. And yet you have a quote here saying there are no wind turbine issues. Well, of course there aren't. Not from GA pilots, because it's not a scheme that they would use. Unfortunately, I can't call the other people to sort of, it doesn't make sense to me, I'm sorry. In fact, that's the point, that you're getting half the story. Sorry. But it doesn't make sense in terms of what you're saying. It's what I'm reading here and what you are saying. That's the point, actually. That I think what people are hoping. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, Councillor Bound, we in questions to officers we will be able to consult with Osprey, which may help you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to labour this point, but I'd just like to say with Mr. Lee, because this is just such a vital issue, isn't it? It's not only safety, but Popham Airfield is a very valuable asset in our borough. And like Councillor Bound, I look at the discrepancies, and I'd just like to really just clarify absolutely what you're thinking about this. I've heard what you said about the Osprey assessment. 3 experts were used, an experienced pilot, a safeguarding expert, and an air traffic control subject matter expert. You're an experienced pilot. They've come to the conclusion that risks can be classed as low as reasonably practicable, as long as the mitigation is put in place. And I look at the mitigation and I see that that's really all down to you. Pilot familiarisation, airfield briefing, appropriate documentation. What you're clearly saying is it's mitigation, which is down to you, actually isn't going to solve it at all.
Yeah, that's right. I see Osprey actually say, well, you could put something in what's called the AIP, which is the official document for airfields. What they're not saying is that an unlicensed airfield isn't allowed to put things in the AIP. And I come back to the problem of you cannot tell when the turbulence problem is there until you go and fly into it. But it's not, I don't want to concentrate purely on turbulence. You said there are many issues there. Even if you mitigated, let's suppose you somehow mitigated Lasham, which in fact you can't, because all the mitigations depend on an electronic box in every cockpit. That's another thing you're not being told. All these super enhancements to radars actually require an electronic box in the cockpit to talk back. And this is to see every aircraft. You can mitigate to make radar better, see aircraft better, but in the area of the turning wind turbine, you've got to remember, what is called sort of technically is pop-up traffic to a radar controller. Now that means that a controller can be controlling one of his aircraft, and he's not just steering it in, he's actually having to warn it of any aircraft within 3 miles or 3,000 feet. That's his legal duty. Now, when you get traffic, light aircraft at lower levels in the wind farms, light aircraft, either through weight limitations or electrical limitations, cannot carry these second half of the equation boxes. So in fact, they're going to be disguised within the turning, when the wind turbines are turning, and as they emerge from that area, they're going to become what's called pop-up traffic, and that's a sudden surprise to the radar controller that it's appeared from nowhere. And it's his legal requirement to tell the aircraft of any aircraft within 3 miles or 3,000 feet. Now, that actually overloads the controller. And if you think controllers are sitting around with lots to do and lots of spare capacity, then you ought to actually visit a radar unit and see that they're actually working to their limits. And the thing that annoys them is pop-up traffic, because it's a sudden overload on their workload. Now, the thing that worries me is that we're talking about how do we help Lasham radar? You know, if I become pop-up traffic and either get into the vortex from behind a 757 or whatever you want to call it into Lasham, or even, God forbid, hit it, that 757 may or may not survive. But I won't. And you're worried about Lasham radar. Now, I'm worried about every other radar unit. I become pop-up traffic low level in that area as soon as I emerge from it. Farnborough are offering services to all sorts of traffic in the area. I become pop-up traffic to the ones that are already offering services, and that can be either they didn't see me, and I actually get into a, if you like, a sort of an air proxy, you might probably know it as a near miss, or actually it's, you know, it's an awful situation to be in. If I can take you to an area where the CIA have actually imposed, if you like, a no-fly area without this device in the cockpit. You've only got to look at Glasgow. They had a wind turbines put up. The CIA found by experience that Glasgow ATC were not picking up aircraft around there that didn't have this special box. It's called a transponder. And that really is triggered by the radar and replies back. That's why you can see them. But unfortunately, you can't fit these things. You know, in fact, every light aircraft passing in the whole area would need to have them. You can't fit them in some of our aircraft, the historic aircraft, the light and microlights. They would go out of the legal definition of microlight if you actually put an electronic box in. Chris, who was going to be here tonight, flies an aircraft that doesn't have an electrical system that could cope with one of these boxes. So in fact, it's very true. Mitigation could be done, but not for the aircraft that pass Popham or fly there. So again, to me, it's a misleading, it's a half-truth.
Thank you. Any further questions for the supporters? Objectors? No? Okay, thank you all very much indeed. Thank you. Now in support, Mr. Hutt from TCI Renewables, Mr. Heath and Mr. Geratz. Thank you. Gentlemen, you have 8 minutes between all of you. And I'll give you a notice when there's 1 minute to go.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. The name is Bruce Hutt, and I'm a director at TCI responsible for this development. TCI is a small, independent wind farm developer based just up the road, about an hour away up in Oxford, and we're registered in England, not Jersey. This is then a small project of 6 turbines, However, these will generate enough electricity for 11,000 homes, 16% of Basingstoke and Dean's households, displace about 20,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide per annum, and the project itself, as envisaged, would bring some £4 million into the local economy in the form of business rates that remain local, and as well as the Community Benefit Fund. During construction, there'd be another £4 million spent locally in construction contracts and facilities for works, etc. There would admittedly be less spent during operation, but there would be a requirement to maintain the turbines to fulfill ecological and aviation mitigation. During decommissioning, which has a backstop period of 25 years, more local labour and services would be employed. And then in addition to all of this, as set out in our public exhibition, we also welcome those living locally to invest alongside us in the wind farm. And I am myself a member of 4 community wind farm schemes. On a national level, the project will also provide energy security, which means not only that it will help insulate us from Russia turning on and off the gas taps, as is happening in Ukraine now, but it also provides security from imported fossil fuel price changes. All of this for limited ecological impact, limited impact on residences, limited impact on views from the National Park and the ANB, limited impact on built cultural heritage assets, limited impact on aviation, and very limited impact on Chilbolton. Just before turning to some of the specific project issues raised by your planning officer, I wanted briefly to address energy targets. In stating that we're meeting our targets, I'm afraid SOS Hampshire Downs have confused electricity with energy. There is no electricity target. There is a renewable energy target. And currently we've only achieved 4.1% of that target, which is supposed to be 15% by 2020. Whether we've reached targets or not, you could say is a moot point, but it is important, and it's not just for climate change, which is why they were set, but on a national level, the government has estimated that the average consumer will be £166 better off in 2020 from having renewables than not. Turning briefly then to some of the specific project issues that have been raised. Ecology. It's fallacious to say that the surveys are inadequate. Natural England has agreed that the surveys are adequate. They've agreed mitigation, and they have no objection. Landscape. The turbines will certainly be visible in certain views. However, topography, vegetation, distance, it will mask many of the views, and the turbines have, it should be noted, been moved and reduced in number in order to take account of views from Popham from public consultation. Aviation then, Lasham. Lasham made a very late surprise objection, despite us meeting first with them at their airfield in January 2011. The only effect that will be made is using their less used runway 09, which has very limited traffic. So mitigation offered will be very effective. Chilbolton, again, a very late objection. We have read the most recent letters submitted, but by their own admission, the normal operation of radar, as you've just heard, is 1 degree over the horizontal, and the turbines are 0.78 degrees, i.e. under the normal operating mode of the radar, and therefore not seen. We're also outside their objection zone of 5 kilometres and at the edge of their study zone of 20 kilometres. We don't obstruct views of London, Heathrow or Gatwick, and have offered mitigation, as you've heard. Heritage. There will be some minor changes to the settings of listed buildings and conservation areas, but the 25-year lifetime of the wind farm is very short in the history of such assets. And it is right that these small and temporary effects are weighed in the planning balance against the very substantial benefits that the wind farm would bring. So policies A6 and EM8, in those the Council has set out its position that it desires renewable energy. To set out further an undemanding target of just 49 megawatts of onshore wind. With Bullington Cross no longer in the running, and as far as we are aware, no other projects forthcoming, Woodmancote is the Council's single opportunity to fulfil its policy commitment. Essentially, we have brought you what you have asked for through your own policy statements in the very best area appropriate for wind turbines. There is significant support for the scheme locally, and many have written in to express that. We would be grateful, therefore, please, if you would complete the project and enable us to contribute rather towards your renewable energy targets, to bring financial funds to the area, to help combat climate change, and to provide a brighter future for all our children and grandchildren. Thank you. Patrick, I think you're next one.
Hello, my name is Patrick Gerards. I grew up in Hampshire and Sussex. I'm an engineer and I've worked in the wind industry for 25 years. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have to clarify some wind energy issues. Landscape is an evocative and important issue. Hampshire, in common with many other parts of the UK, protects its countryside by creating national parks. But from a technical perspective, these areas, usually upland, usually coastal, would be the best places to put wind turbines because they have higher wind speeds. However, the wind industry has responded to this reality, because we can't put them there, by designing turbines to operate efficiently and effectively at the lower wind speeds generally found in these outside of these protected areas. But there's no free lunch. These turbines need to be bigger, and they may well therefore be visible from these protected areas, I suspect with some difficulty in this case. So we have to accept that there's visual impact of large wind turbines, and it's difficult to mitigate, but it is equally difficult to mitigate the damage that Hampshire residents are doing because of our well above average energy consumption in this area. I put it to you in the strongest terms that, contrary to the conclusion of the officer's report, the benefits of this project far outweigh the temporary visual impacts. It should be unacceptable to you that your planning report does not take proper account of our wider responsibilities in reducing fossil fuel use. In 25 years, these turbines will be taken down. If you reject this project, you're saying you don't want wind energy in Hampshire. My second brief point is addressed to those who may have the view that wind energy is subsidised to the detriment of society and for the benefit of energy fat cats. This subsidy is not a backhander. It's an attempt to level the playing field, which is tilted heavily in favour of continued fossil fuel use. I can explain more about that if you wish. Please accept this project.
Yes, for a very little time. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say that global warming is with us now. It's with it here and now. It will affect us all. It's already affecting us all, and it will affect our grandchildren. It will be a very deeply perverse decision today if we decide that we're going to ban wind farms because they're dangerous, allegedly, and are perceived to be ugly, when in fact the real danger is global warming. I urge the committee to consider our grandchildren, our children, and indeed our own selves, and think of what they really need to do in terms of countering global warming as a threat.
That's it, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bound, followed by Councillor Potter, followed by Councillor Miller, followed by Councillor Tomlin.
Sorry? Patrick Gerards, that's it, thank you. We heard some sort of emotive language in some of the objections earlier about opportunistic people, fat cats, blah, 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 concerning the subsidies. You said that you could explain a little bit more about subsidies and wind farms. Could you do so, please?
Sorry. Okay, well, one comparison I could make is the recent power purchase contract that's been given to EDF for a nuclear power station. So they have a contract for £95 a megawatt hour, extended for 30 years, guaranteed fixed price for 30 years. This wind farm, if it went into the new feed-in tariff, would have £95 per megawatt hour, but a 15-year. Now, which is the bigger subsidy? So, energy is is produced. We all need energy. We all need, we all use it prodigiously in this area, as I pointed out. But we need a very good mix. Some technologies have to be more subsidised than others, and it's not really a subsidy as much as a policy enhancement. It's a way of saying we need to have a policy, an energy mix. We want a certain amount of this energy, so therefore we'll give you a certain amount of money commensurate with how much it costs to develop those particular projects. Energy, it operates within a market system, even though it's quite regulated at a very high level, within a level at the stage of developing projects, it's a very market-driven level. You've got to have enough incentive to allow companies like TCI, EDF, to come and spend a lot of money developing a project that they have to convince, quite rightly, in a democratic situation, that this is a good project to do in this area. You win some, you lose some. You can't say that wind is subsidised far higher than many other projects. That subsidy and that sort of policy enhancement encouragement is done at this level here, and everybody has to operate within that. Does that answer some of your question?
Yes, of course.
There was also a mention of sort of foreign owned in terms of wind farms. I think this one sounds as though it's owned sort of more locally. In terms of energy generators as they are now, the large generating energy companies, are many of them foreign owned?
They are. Well, I mean, the actual nuclear, just taking the sort of nuclear company, EDF, is French, and it's being financed by the Chinese. I don't think there's any local benefit of having a nuclear power station, but we do need a mix. I would not be necessarily against nuclear, but wind energy is a lot cheaper than nuclear energy. We're subsidising nuclear energy, and in fact we're subsidising coal as well. Martin, did you?
Yeah, and it's one of the things that I know we've spoken before in the past to this very committee about the community ownership of the wind farm. Now clearly there's huge costs of wind farms, I'll accept that. What we really need to do is understand there's huge benefits of wind farms. Now we've heard figures like £33 million worth of profit that this wind farm will generate. Well great, it should be profitable, but I want some of that profit to come back to the local people, i.e. us, the people of Basingstoke. We would love to see part of this wind farm be owned by the local community. We will invest in it. We will get the profits from it. The profits come back into our community, which can be used to reinvest in other local renewable energy schemes, and can do things like put free solar panels on our schools, to put heat pumps in our village schools, and indeed to make sure that we can reinvest in other community projects, and indeed to do something about fuel poverty. Now that model is works. It works in many other wind farms around the country. The nearest to here, and I believe some of the councillors have been to this very wind site, is at Western Hills near Swindon. It's cooperatively owned. The people of Swindon are the people who benefit from that wind farm through the form of cheap energy, and indeed through the profits being reinvested back into their own local community. And we would like to see this wind farm partly owned by the local community as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bound? You finished? Councillor Potter?
Thank you, Chairman. Could I come back to Mr. Hutt from TCI, if I may? Just to get a response from you, really, in regard to both the matters I think that we've been advised about, maybe the subject of mitigation, in respect of Childe Bolton, and also in terms of Lasham, where again the proposition seems to be a cooperative arrangement, making allowance for the demands of those other organisations, and the turbines being switched off by notice and by agreement. I hadn't understood so far just how that would operate. And if you have been involved in those discussions, can you just help me how that literally would work so that we can actually have some confidence in it?
I can certainly try. The objections both from Lasham and John Bolton, yes, sorry, have been very late in the day. I mean, we have been speaking to Lasham, as I stated, since 2011. If we just deal with Lasham first and then Bolton. In terms of Lasham, they have a very antiquated radar, which we understand is being upgraded at the moment. What we're not given privy to is what the upgrade is. So without knowing what the upgrade is, you can't then put in place an exact mitigation scheme. So what we'd offered to them, and in front of the committee here, was that we could turn the turbines off because it was a very infrequently used runway. If that is not then adequate enough, what you can easily do is you can put in what's called a throughput system, which is kind of a patch onto the radar, but that does then depend on us knowing what the radar is. And that's the mitigation that we've proposed and we've agreed with the MOD, for example. So it's a tried and tested one, and it's been used by Robin Hood Airport in the north. So it's tried and tested. In terms of being able to tell or Lasham to tell us when to switch the turbines off, it's a relatively simple thing because the turbines are controlled by a thing called SCADA. There's a central hub which controls all the turbines for a particular manufacturer. It gets a signal in or a telephone call, the turbines off now, and this happens for maintenance, for certain other aviation issues. Turn the turbines off, they go off, turn them back on, they come back on again, and they are all operated remotely. So that would apply for Fortune Bolton as Bolton as well. Yeah.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Mr. Hood as well. I think there was a fair number of us sitting around this table tonight with the previous application you had for the temporary anemometer mast that was put up to see the viability of the site. Could you share with us the average wind speeds that you have recorded over the last, what is it, 3.5 years? 3 years? Yeah.
Yes, no, happy to do that. The average wind speed is coming in at 6.9 meters per second.
Sorry.
I'm afraid I don't know what that is in knots, but I can do a calculation in miles per hour or something like that. 15.18, roughly, miles an hour.
Thank you. As a sort of supplementary to that, what do you consider to be an acceptable average wind speed to make these turbines viable?
The turbine cutting speed, I'm going to have to translate everything again, I'm afraid, sorry, because we use meters per second in the industry. But the average cut-in speed for the new turbines is 3 meters per second, and the average cut-out speed is 25 meters a second. So in other language, well, actually, that would be about 6.6 miles per hour. Cutting out at, go for roughly twice, so it's just over 50 miles an hour.
That's 50.
50, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Tomlin.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, actually, just following on with that subject, because it was mine, and I went through the report, and I work in meters per second. So our report tells us your cutting speeds of 4 to 25 meters per second, and there was an average wind speed of 6.6. That's very close to 6.9. But it also says that you expect to get your maximum output at 12 to 13 meters per second. So at 7, then 6.97, we're not quite there really at sort of maximum output. So how viable is this site, or is it the most viable site you could find around here, and it's not up in your target of 12 to 13? Perhaps you could help me on that one.
There may be a little bit of confusion in the figures in terms of what's in the environmental statement and what's come out subsequently to that, because there have been new turbine variants that have come out in the market. December 2013, basically all the turbine manufacturers released a new improved variant which has extended the blade length by 4 or 5 meters, but the windswept area then of a turbine, I'm afraid I don't know the mathematics, but it's exponentially larger. Martin might be able to help you with that. Exponentially larger. In fact, I've got Patrick, who's an engineer as well. And that therefore increases the yield by something like 30%. So a wind speed site, which in old money you generally, as a wind farm developer, be happy with any site over 6 meters per second. We're at 6.6 on NOAAPL and 6.9 on measured data. You should, although people are not doing it because they've only just come out, be able to go down to even lower wind speeds and still have an economic and viable project. Sorry, if you want some technology.
I'll pass it on to Patrick as well, as the real expert, but my background is I have a first degree in physics and an MSc, and I wrote my first paper on renewable energy systems in 1980. So I also have a background in some of this area. Patrick is a wind engineer, we'll put another layer of explanation on that for you as well. 12 meters per second is when the turbines will reach their peak of 3 megawatts. And this is where we get into this magical figure called the load. On average, the machines will be producing 30% of their load, because sometimes the wind speed will be too low. On very few occasions, 1 or 2 days a year, it will be too high. And remember, this is the speed at the hub height by 80 meters in the air. So that's what the wind speeds we're talking about. And just go back to that load factor. Now, a load factor of 30%, we think, well, is that good or bad? Well, we've got to put it in context with other machines that we use as individuals. The load factors, say, on our cars are about 1%. The load factors on electric light bulbs is like 10%. These are not efficiencies, by the way. So load factors, and we've got to have a context. We can't just pull a number out of the air and say 30%. Is that good or bad? We've got to compare it with other machines. And the load factors on a gas-fired power station are about 45%. On a coal-fired power station, about 41%. So we've got to have all of these things in context. So when people say they're inefficient, they're not. They're one of the most efficient machines we've ever designed. When people say that the load factors are low, well, not compared with other things that we use. And when people say that their availability is very low, we're not compared with other machines that we develop. So wind farms are hugely efficient. They're very available, and they have good load factors when compared with other things that we use, like gas-fired power stations, nuclear power stations, and coal-fired power stations. Patrick. Well, the only sort of, I suppose, it's like a bit more technical thing I could put on that is that it sort of relates back to one part that I mentioned in my statement, was that the wind industry has recognised that in many areas in sort of countryside, the best places for wind energy on the tops of hills, around the coastline, etc., is not necessarily the most acceptable, and therefore areas which are outside of these designated areas, which, in spite of this area being very, very beautiful, I wouldn't argue with that, but it hasn't been designated. You've got parts of the north and parts of the south. So, the wind industry said, well, okay, let's make the rotor larger, because the amount of energy that you capture in the wind is directly related to the swept area of the rotor. So you make the rotor a little bit bigger, and the area goes up by the square
of that diameter, but also the amount of energy that you get goes up by the cube of the wind speed. Now, okay, the actual wind speed is relatively low here, but with a large area, you can then collect a lot of energy. And so a load factor of 30% is very, very feasible, because this turbine that TCI are looking at is a 100-meter diameter rotor normally, and there's quite a lot of that size of turbine now coming onto the market. I would just say finally that sort of visual impact of a turbine of that size versus one of, say, rotor diameter of 50 or 60 meters, at these sort of distances, you won't, it's very hard to tell, actually. And I think you've actually seen some of your sort of your photo montages at a large distance. That the sort of scale of these turbines does actually reduce. So in terms of visual impact from these designated areas, I think it's it's relatively low.
Councillor Tomlin.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got two more, if I may.
Yeah.
Well, following on from that, you just explained to us that we're looking at bigger rotors, greater swept area. How would you view that impact on the data that we've had for all of the aviation, particularly Popham, in terms of turbulence and wind shear? If it's new, does that mean some of the data we've been fed clearly isn't up to the minute?
Well, the amount of turbulence generated by a large turbine is fairly similar to a smaller turbine, because the larger turbine rotors go slower, but the tip speed of the rotor is fairly sort of stable across quite a lot of different turbines. In order to get the maximum aerodynamic efficiency, there's certain speeds that the blade has to go through. So I don't think there's any more turbulence that would be generated by a larger wind turbine. I just would happen to say that I am the glider pilot. I actually have been flying around here today, actually. I fly at Lushing. I've done quite a lot of research, phoning up a lot of people, a lot of gliding clubs around the UK, and there's one particular gliding club which I mentioned at the Burlington Cross planning meeting, and I'll mention it again, that they have there's a gliding club called the Vale of the White Horse between Swindon and Oxford, and they have a row of turbines right heading where they have to fly directly towards them. They fly around them, they fly over them. I think to me, and I'm not as experienced as the CFI we heard from Popham, but when you consider the statements that have been made today and look at the video that Popham has made as to how dangerous it might be, I think you can see that there's some slight exaggeration going on here, and that would be my experience, my limited experience of my flying career and of quite a few other clubs around this country.
Changing the subject, it's obviously still on turbines, but I've observed many wind farms. I tend to travel through France and Germany quite a lot, and there's obviously a lot of them all over the country. Now they're in flat lands or in undulating lands, whatever. But one common thing that I see is that they generally are running, but quite a lot of them, sometimes I see 50%, aren't turning. Now, is that because they're switched off because the energy is not needed, or is it because there is a degree of unreliability? So my real question is, what is your sort of uptime efficiency? What do you expect these things to be running all the time, or what can you help us with on that one?
I can't tell you about Germany and France specifically, and each country will have its grid issues and how they bring electricity onto a grid and take it off again. but the turbine manufacturers give us 97% availability warranty. So for 97% of the time minimum, those turbines are available to run. When you look at the statistics and looking at the wind output reports in which we do our economic modelling on, you're looking at a turbine that's available to run about 80% of the time, or it's running rather 80% of the time. So if you see lots of them, perhaps you're just hitting that wrong 20%. I don't know, but that's how they operate.
My last one for May, Chair.
Yeah, do.
It's one really to Martin there. We've heard about the tons of carbon dioxide that this is going to avoid, but can you give us some idea what the carbon dioxide impact on the construction is? That, I mean, where the turbine's coming from, transport. Have you done any sort of working out of your footprint, as it were?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very well-researched area. So it's a process called life cycle analysis, where you look at the amount of energy and carbon dioxide that goes into a product and the amount it will save. LCA, as it's known. The LCA on wind farm is a pretty well-researched and well-populated academic area now. The figures are roughly, it takes about 3 to 6 months for a wind farm, a wind turbine, to repay all of the energy that's been used and the carbon dioxide that's been used in its production. So after 3 to 6 months, it's actually sort of making a net positive impact, which is far greater than say a nuclear power station or indeed a gas-fired power station. So their return on energy employed is very, very good. Thanks.
Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 things, if I may. One, if you have a turbine going round, which is actually not in France, it's in England, and you want to stop it, as was suggested, because of things going on at Lasham or whatever, how long does it actually take? Is it a bit like sort of movement of things in water? It takes a long time to stop, or how does it work, time-wise? And how long would it take to start it up again?
No, when you switch down a turbine, it will stop in the matter of sort of half a minute, normally, slowly, very, very slowly, as it runs down. You can emergency stop it, in which case it'll stop a bit faster. And then you can, and normally if you then press the start button again, it'll probably go through a cycle of checks for maybe 5 or 10 minutes to sort of recheck all its systems, and then it starts back up again.
Gosh, thank you. I didn't expect that. I thought it would take longer. Now my other question is, we were talking, or one of you, I can't remember who it was, possibly you, I'm not sure, about whether we meeting targets and things like that. And we've seen a copy of a letter from Michael Fallon MP, Minister of Business and Energy, regarding onshore wind. And he says that all of the projects needed to meet Britain's renewable targets have already received consent under the existing planning regime, and then goes on to set out the intention of the Conservative government in respect of the ending of the additional public subsidy, return decision-making to the locally led planning system, that's us, and give greater protection to landscape heritage and other concerns. I mean, would you argue that there haven't been enough permissions granted, in that you're coming to us now, or can you make any comment?
Okay.
The issue on targets is a complex one, because people use different terminology. The term that was being used earlier was energy target, and that's the one that the UK has actually signed up to, in terms of all the European nations have signed up to, and that's the 15% by 2020. Underlying that 15%, there are what can sometimes be called, in lazy speak, targets, but they're kind of estimates of what people feel electricity should produce, or what transport should produce, or what heat should produce, which are the three elements that go up to make energy overall. So when Michael Fallon's talking about sufficient wind farms, he's talking about the estimate underneath energy for electricity, which has been put within some government papers of 30% of electricity coming from renewables. But the point that has moved on from Michael Fallon's letter is that even if you had 30% electricity, transport and heat don't go together with that increase on electricity to make up 15% of energy. So the nation as a whole, in terms of its international commitments, falls behind.
Just supplementary information to that. Yeah, I mean, the first thing Michael Fallon was...
Did I not explain that clearly enough? No. Okay. Sorry. Let me try again. So you've got an energy target of 15%, which is an international commitment or a European commitment. Yes. So 15% of all energy has to come from renewable sources. Okay, by 2020. When they set up the target, they realized that the UK was quite far behind in terms of transport and heat. You've got, sorry, I'll step one further, you've got three elements in energy. You've got electricity, you've got transport, you've got heat. Sorry.
Just explain how transport gets into it.
Transport is a form of energy. Driving a car is energy.
So perhaps I can explain very simply, and I could draw a little cartoon of the UK energy market. Is roughly speaking about 40% of all our energy is used to move our cars and our transport around, and that's because we put oil and diesel in the back ends of the cars and lorries and trains and aeroplanes, and it makes them move. It needs energy. So we're turning oil into energy. So about 40% is in transport. Another 40% is, roughly speaking, in the form of heating, to heat our buildings, mainly in the form of gas in boilers, and a little bit of electrical heating and some oil and some coal. And the other 20%, which surprises a lot of people, is actually electricity. So only a very small amount of our energy in the UK comes from electricity. 40% comes from oil in transport, 40% comes from gas in heat, and 20% is all the other stuff we use to make electricity. Our target, and the reason we want to actually reduce the amount or increase the amount of renewable energy is because there's thing called carbon dioxide. About 85 to 90% of all the carbon dioxide we produce in the UK comes from burning coal, oil and gas in those three forms, to heat our homes, to move our stuff, and to make our mobile phones work and our lights work. And we have to reduce that. And the only way we can reduce it is by reducing the amount of fossil fuels that we burn. And our target is 20% by 2020 and 80% by 2050. So we want to reduce our carbon dioxide levels by 20% in 2020, but 80% in 2050. Those are the targets. And just one thing about Michael Fallon's letter, what he actually said was there was enough wind in planning and in consented to meet the 2020 target. Two points there. One is we have a target going out to 2050. We can't just stop at 2020. And every time we turn down a wind farm, we get further away from the target because it's consented and in the pipeline. So every time we turn down one of those wind farms, we get further away from what we're trying to achieve.
Now, Councillor Tucker, are you happy with that?
I'm just going to say that the extract from the letter that I have doesn't actually mention dates, but let's leave it where it is. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Frost.
Sorry, I was just about to make that point that Councillor Tucker just made.
Any other questions? Councillor Taylor.
Just one more on the subject of targets, because it's very easy to blind us with science to convince us that we need many more wind turbines. Are you saying, therefore, that when the government's chief climate advisor says that Britain has already approved enough wind turbines to meet renewable energy targets, as reported in the Telegraph, that he doesn't quite understand it?
I think the very last point of your question, it's reported in the Daily Telegraph. That's not what he said.
Sorry, can I just make the point? Not all projects that are consented actually do go on and get built. And I think that's also one of the arguments between the two sides of, if you can put it that way. Some people saying everything's going to get built, other people saying things just aren't going to get built.
Any more? Thank you, gentlemen. Right, next up is the Ward Councillor, Councillor Raphael. You have 4 minutes, Councillor, and I'll give you a reminder when there's one to go.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to address the meeting. The test for this application is whether the impacts outweigh the benefit. The benefit of wind energy is supposed to be a given, but as we all know, it depends on location and climate. There has been a meteorological mast at the site specifically for measuring the wind that would be generated. So far, and despite the limited disclosure tonight, the results have not been disclosed. So the applicants rely on the assumption that these turbines would generate significant electricity. What they are unable to do is to assert that this is a premium site for wind generation. Clearly it is not, otherwise they would have told us the figures that prove that it was. Furthermore, there are not a shortage of sites for wind turbines in the United Kingdom, and there are no doubt sites that are premium sites for wind generation. And there are no doubt sites which are not as unspoiled as this location. So there is nothing so important about this site that means you have to disregard the impacts. The NPPF states that all communities have a responsibility to help increase the use and supply of green energy. Well, for those who want to understand our opposition to this particular application, they should be aware that my ward has 2 biodigesters and 1 solar farm already, and there are outstanding applications for more. The residents in my ward are already making their contribution, and our proposed local plan as currently drafted states that the Borough Council will take a strategic view of applications to avoid clusters as inappropriate. We believe that we are already making our contribution, but with the types of energy production that have less serious impacts upon the landscape. Now let me turn to the impacts. The impact upon the landscape character is massive. By way of comparison, the Hannington television mast is 134 metres with an antenna I then placed on top. These turbines are 130.5 metres. So from a distance, more or less the same height as the Hannington mast, and clearly wider and more numerous. Therefore, they will be visible from 20 miles or if not more further away if you're on high ground. If you come into Basingstoke from the north from Kingsclear, you will be able to see them. They will dominate the Candover Valley in my ward. Put simply, their impact upon the landscape character is unacceptable and devastating, and is the primary reason for a refusal. The officer report deals with the impact upon wildlife, and this provides a second reason for refusal. You will also be aware of the adverse impact, as you've heard tonight, upon the highly significant work of the Chilbolton Observatory. This work is of national importance, if not international importance, and this provides a third reason for refusal. What also concerns me is the effect of the application upon our skies. We often in this council talk of green open space, but in this case we should also be talking about the importance of blue open sky. The area where they will be sited is currently used by the MOD for Chinook helicopter practicing from RAF Odium. Their airspace has been already restricted by Farnborough Airport expanding its airspace, and so their flight paths have moved westwards.
It is understood that Chinook operations will be expanding at RAF Odium as soon as forces return to the United Kingdom. At Lasham, at the southern end of my ward, Boeing aircraft have jet repairs undertaken, and the area is also used by fast-moving jets from Boscombe down. And of course, you've heard about Popham Airfield and Lasham gliding schools. So this piece of airspace is of national importance to civil and military aviation. It is my view that it remaining blue open sky is of greater importance than our need to generate green energy from this site. The suggestions that mitigation for military aviation radar...
You have done your time.
Oh, we didn't get a warning.
No, I'm sorry.
The suggestions, let me finish please, if I may. The suggestions that mitigation for military aviation radar exists is wrong, and the suggestions that turbines could be switched off every time an aircraft needed to land or the observatory needed to operate, in my view, quite frankly, is bonkers. It's my view that the many aviation concerns provide a fourth and a compelling reason for you to object to this application.
Thank you, and I apologise for not giving you your minutes warning. Any questions? Sorry, members, any questions to the Ward Councillor? No? Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Wright, and welcome to Basingstoke and Dean.
Yes, thank you.
You'll get 4 minutes, and I will try and remember to give you a minute's warning at the end.
It was so riveting, that was the problem. Councillors, I'm Malcolm Wright, Winchester City Councillor for Wonston and Mitchell Dever, and also Woodmancote. I'm here today to support the residents of my ward in asking that this development be refused and support your officer's recommendation for refusal. I support your officer's reasons for refusal, but they have not included noise. As a past technical director, I have dealings with noise in buildings. Much has been said and done by consultants and your officers using the Institute of Acoustics and ETSUR 79 guidance to assess the wind turbine noise this development will produce. ETSUR 797 is a document that is 17 years old. The World Health Authority disagrees with the sound levels in that document. The Institute of Acoustics in 2013 produced a guidance on ETSUR 797. However, they are not able to comment on the sound level, stating the noise limits in that document have not been examined, as these are a matter for government, as is the recommended maximum separation distance between turbine and residence of 400 metres. Some councils, such as Wiltshire Council, have wind turbine separation distance from dwellings guidance, and they have backed up this with evidence. For this size of turbine, the separation distance is 1,500 metres. Recent law decisions say that 400 metres is not mandatory. The uncertainty of accuracy in noise prediction is shown in the Institute of Acoustics Guide by the amount of planning conditions they recommend. 2 pages worth with another 3 pages of guidance on those conditions. That's how difficult it is to predict the levels. ETSUR 97 sound levels and distances are based on turbines with a hub height of 25 metres. The turbines in this development are 85 metres to the hub, and the noise assessment is theoretically based on noise data provided by the manufacturer. The developer has not said which turbines will be used, and so you have no actual data. And on this point alone, you have a reason to add a refusal on noise to this application. Winchester City, my ward, has a motocross problem with residents at 5,000 metres and a noise source of 86 dB at the track.
with residents within 1,500 of these turbines with hub noise levels of 100 to 110 dB, I can guarantee you will have ongoing noise problems, and this will cost your council a lot of time and money, as it does Winchester. Lastly, the reason for refusal number 6, aviation. Insufficient information has been provided to demonstrate that there will be an acceptable impact on safety. If that applies to Lasham, which is what it says, well, surely it applies to Popham. It must apply to Popham, and therefore you should alter that to include, to say, Lasham and Popham airfield. I have not time to say anything about the carbon policy other than to say people have said to you about climate change. Over the last 18 years there has been no rise in climate, in temperature, and therefore these policies that are based on that rise in temperature, in other words global warming, are dead. Thank you. This has been admitted by the IPCC in their report reluctantly on page 200. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Any questions for Councillor Wright? No. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you.
Next, please, is Councillor Jackie Porter from the County Council. Good evening, Councillor. 4 minutes, and I will give you a warning with 1.
Thank you. I'm used to going to time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the County Council for the Itchen Valley Division, which is in Winchester District, but it completely joins this and covers the Woodmancote area. So, as a strong advocate of alternative energy, I struggle with the dilemma, the need for alternative energy in the UK, the huge benefits it can bring, and the possible damage to the landscape. And I've actually supported other applications in the past, but how much energy makes it worth it? And therefore, in response to this application, on behalf of the residents of Woodmancote, I present my objection to this proposal. As the local county councillor for the Itchen Valley, my division is within the shadow of 2 proposed wind farms. I'm a general supporter of the principle, but the decision on each proposal depends on the countryside within which it sits, and the land surrounding these proposed wind turbines is of acknowledged proposed high landscape quality. Using the information gathered from the balloon set at 130 metres, the turbines can be seen at Mitcheldever, but my principal reason for objecting to this application is the effect on the AONB and of course the closest property, Woodmancote House, which is just over 600 metres from the site, and there are other properties in Woodmancote within 800 metres. And in this case I must represent the residents in my division who believe that the view and the sound of the wind farm would affect the enjoyment of their property. Since the original proposal was made, the consultation for the formalising of the airspace over and around the TAG airport at Farnborough has been consulted upon, and up until now the airspace there isn't regulated, and the proposal restricts free airspace at lower heights. The TAG proposal squeezes the free airspace available for Lasham glider pilots. I was interested in the presentation we've just had, but certainly locally a presentation by glider pilots from Lasham showed that the reduced area to find thermals upon which to glide put the economic viability of their site at risk. Adding the creation of turbulence from turbines in this proposal may well be a step too far and must be investigated. The response from Farnborough was to stop flying on the Lasham event days. Lasham thought this wouldn't be enough to save the gliding school, and I doubt that the same considerations could be made by the company operating the turbines, particularly in view of the situation with Chilbolton Observatory as well. You have a recommendation for refusal for this application. Although the residents that I'm representing are not in the Basingstoke and Deane area, they are within a stone's throw of the site and will be affected by it. In this case, I support your recommendation. The site includes land which grows trees as a crop. Harvesting the wind to produce energy is just one of a number of potential processes available to produce energy. With the advent of biofuels and wood chip, etc., I believe there are more appropriate uses for this land which could produce energy and even possibly capture carbon too. Thank you.
Sorry, just a minute. Sorry.
Different form. Some places ask questions, some don't. Sorry.
Any questions for Councillor Porter? No? Thank you very much indeed. And finally, County Councillor Anne McNair Scott, please.
That one? Okay, thank you and good evening. I think everything's been said, but I certainly oppose this on behalf of my constituents. I represent the Candiver Valley, Popham, North Waltham, Dummer, trying to think if there's anywhere else, but you've heard from most of them, and I fully share their concerns. It's a particularly untouched bit of pastoral farmed landscape. It doesn't even have pylons to bother it, which is very unusual. And there's also, the other thing I've done, which someone else, I think from Popham, has done, I actually was taken up in a little aeroplane called a Beagle Pup, and I was flown over both Billington Cross and the Woodmancote one. It is seconds flying time. Really, it's such a short time. And we did have the presentation from Popham about the effect on small planes and all the rest of it, and his concerns about the Civil Airports Authority, Osprey, their report, because I can believe that it isn't really applicable. So in my mind, there's a real question mark. It is not clear. There's a lot of uncertainty about mitigating effects and also you call it the impact, adverse impact. I just feel there are a lot of question marks about, and I would be very concerned, particularly about Popham, who are extremely close to the turbines, and we've heard what use they make of the paths round them, and indeed Dummer as well, around where the wind turbines would be. So, for me, the uncertainties add up to a very good reason to turn down this application. Councillor Porter made the very good point that actually there's more than one way of of creating energy, and we have no one mentioned the fact that Chinham Incinerator contributes enough for several tens of thousands of houses every year, and what's more, that is a constant supply. It always goes into the grid. So it's not the only thing. I have 2 anaerobic digesters, certainly one photovoltaic field, and I think 2 other ones in the making. There's quite a lot already happening that we are contributing, as Councillor Raphael said. And I'm sure you'll be very glad if I don't complete my time.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions for Councillor McNair Scott? No, lovely. Thank you very much indeed.
There's one other thing. I also did a helicopter flight some time ago, and what really struck me from Middle Wallop over here, and what really struck me was the amount of low-flying traffic there was in the sky. I think it's exceptional, and Councillor Porter pointed out that with this, what's happened with Farnborough, that's going to be squashed into a smaller space. So I think there's another uncertainty.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. Right, that's the end of public's and councillor speaking. Before we go to questions to officers, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back here 10 minutes, 20 past. Thank you. Right. First of all, councillors, under the new constitution, we don't move standing orders, but we don't normally meet. We're recommended not to meet for more than 3 hours normally. As this is not normal, are you agreed that we can carry on? Yes. Thank you. We will now have questions to officers. And I'm going to take you through on a section basis from page 55 onwards at section 8, which is an impact on landscape character and visual amenity. Do I have any? Councillor Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this will fit in to that category because it's slightly more general. At the end of 25 years, if something like this were passed and the whole thing was taken down, does that land then become brownfield site?
No, would be the short answer. It would be restored back as close as possible to its previous condition.
Sorry, does that mean all concrete would have to go?
Yes, I mean, obviously there are existing access tracks which to some extent will form part of the access arrangements for the proposal, and we wouldn't expect those to be restored to anything other than their current state. But in terms of the turbine foundations, which is quite extensive obviously, and other foundations for the building, the expectation would be that all that would be removed, yes.
Any more questions? Councillor Potter.
I think it's just on the same section, Chairman, if I may, moving over to page 56, really, which I know goes under methodology, but under paragraph 8.5, in terms of the published guidance relating to landscape and visual impacts, and obviously right at the beginning of the meeting, I guess my subjective view about some of these things was fairly clear, and it may remain so, but can I just check with the officer, in terms of the words that are used there, the visual impacts relate to the effects on views experienced by visual receptors, i.e. people who can see these things, and others on the visual amenity experienced by those people. We all accept, do we, and you would accept the guidance, is an entirely subjective description of the way that we would approach this. In other words, my perception of something would be different to your perception of something. Is that right?
Thank you very much. The idea is actually not to be subjective in the sense that the visual impact assessment looks at the receptors, which are individuals, whether they're walking on a footpath or a residence, and gives a sensitivity to them. So if you're a resident or you'll walk on it, you're really there to enjoy the landscape and you're of high sensitivity. So in that sense, it's not a subjective thing. Then you look at how much change will there be to the view, and that is judged by how much change there is to the view, how great the development is in the view, and so on. And that's assessed on a magnitude of change. So the landscape, the visual impact assessment is like a process to try and minimise subjectivity. On top of that, at the very end of the day, you might say, does it matter? So you might, that is a matter of judgment at the end of the process. But most of the process tried to eliminate or minimise the amount of subjectivity until that last stage when you say, well, all right, a lot of you can see this thing, but does it matter? I hope that helps.
Any more questions? Councillors, right, on to the next one, which is number 9. Page 62. Noise and impact on living conditions of local residents. Councillor Tomlin.
Thank you, Chair. The question I've got really, this seems to be a very grey area when I look at the
environment and health report saying that it was unhappy with the applicant's view on things, so it took another report from another consultant. So I missed their name now. RDA. What seems to come out of all of this is that, well, we're not really sure. So if we build it and there are problems, then we'll have to look at some mitigation. That's probably a very crude way of putting it, but I need some help here because it doesn't follow our normal practice. As you would say, they object to it. These are the sound levels. It's incredibly, I find it vague.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm Rhys Gilbert. I'm the Principal Environmental Health Officer here at Council. The intention is certainly not for our comments to be vague. The intention was for them to be quite clear. We are, with the exception of some detail, we were in agreement with the applicant's approach to assessing the noise and the limits they set, or they calculated rather, in their methodology. There is a particular methodology, as an earlier councillor referred to, known as ETSU R97, which reflects government policy on the noise generated by wind farms. That's not so much as a noise impact assessment tool, but a method of setting standards which governments have deemed to be acceptable above the existing background noise in a particular vicinity. I think, if and please correct me if I'm wrong, the uncertainty perhaps you're referring to is the when you're going through the ETSU process, you compare the existing background noise levels with the predicted noise levels as would be generated by the particular turbines in the proposed location. We felt that the applicant ought to set the limits based on the worst case scenario, so when the background noise was at its lowest, thereby lowering what would have been, or what would be the limits for the operational wind turbines, offering more protection to the residents than would otherwise be the case when the background noise levels were higher. So the ETSU, the operational noise levels are derived by adding 5 decibels to the existing background noise level when it is greater so you add 5 decibels to the background noise level. That would give you a predicted level, and if that level is greater than the a level which is in the standard of 35 to 40 dB, then you would go with the higher value.
So I must be missing in some of these charts then that give the recommendations, because that's I think what's not I've come across in the report, what actually the noise generated by these units is, and it's all about background noises and people's interpretation.
Sorry, do you mean in the applicant's report?
Sorry, well, we don't see the applicant's report in the notes we get, but the comment is we weren't happy with it and we went somewhere else, and it just doesn't tell me how noisy these are. We've got someone saying 100 decibels at the centre of the turbine. I just can't really get a feel for this.
I'm David Denham, Environmental Health Technical Officer. I think the issue you might be referring to is about how the noise limits were derived and how they took into account the wind speeds. What TNI did was base the noise limits on the prevailing wind direction, which is westerly, which therefore creates higher limits for those properties to the east, Woodencott House, Lincoln, and Popham Lodge. So in easterly wind directions, which occurs approximately 30% of the time, they will be exposed to higher turbine noise, but with lower wind speed, because the wind direction is blowing motorway noise away from them. So our view, and that's why we sought the view of Bob Davis from RDA Associates, was that you should be assessing the worst case. So the limit should be set on those lower background noise levels, so you have that protection for those residents that are between the turbine site and the motorway. So they are, the way T&I have done it is that they've disadvantaged those residents because they're based on, you're getting higher noise limits because the background noise level and the wind speed is higher for the prevailing wind direction. Does that clear that up at all?
I was just trying to get a handle of how noisy is it, because when we get road traffic planning applications or housing by motorways, they say it's plus 10 decibels and we can't make, well, we can hear that, but you know, anything at 2.5 we don't perceive it's noisier.
We're just looking at the TNI report to get the graphs which give an indication of what the predicted levels are against the background noise level and what the prescribed limits would be.
We also had a comment from one of the lady speakers about the type of noise. We've got your standard noise that you're measuring, but there was this low frequency, the hum, the swishing, all these sort of things. How much has that been taken into account in the, I suppose, those frequencies that will travel through bricks and mortar and, you know, won't just be normal sound as we sort of know it?
Well, the predictions will be based on, they base it on they have the candidate turbine, so that's the turbine that they're basing the predictions on, which so they would set the noise limits based on a candidate turbine. So if and that's what we've recommended some conditions based on a 2.5 megawatt turbine, which was the candidate turbine. So you can think, well, it's only a candidate turbine, but if they then wanted to install a 3 megawatt turbine, they would still need to comply with the limits that were set based on the 2.5 megawatt turbine. So that's that issue. But in terms of those acoustic characteristics, the assessment will be based on sound power data from the manufacturer, which is done in have the octave band, so the frequency range of the turbine, but there's lots of research, lots of media issues around low frequency noise, infrasound, and this type of thing associated with wind turbines. But the collective view and our view, our consultants' view, and we concur with TNEI's view that there isn't the evidence or good evidence that supports the view that would be an issue on this particular site. Yes, turbines emit low frequency noise, infrasound, but research from recognised experts are that they're not at levels that are harmful to health. Well-known wind turbine syndrome is one that's quoted quite often. That really hasn't stood up to much scrutiny from peers, as much as it really isn't based on good science. But those health effects that are described are typical of any unwanted sound, and those effects have been known for a long time. So planning appeals inspectors haven't given much weight to those issues because, yes, there's emerging studies into those effects. They're not well known. So there's arguments to and for the significance of them. So we have taken that into account, and our consultant has shared our view on that in that respect as well. Okay.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on the same subject, I hope I'm not splitting hairs. You said a 2.5 megawatt turbine or a 3 megawatt turbine, but each site surely is going to be completely unique, bearing in mind the layout of 6 turbines. they can be configured in an infinite number of combinations, and that's going to contribute to the generation of noise in any particular direction. Is that correct?
Yeah, the predictions will be done on 6, however many number of turbines, not just one in one location, and the impact and the noise assessed that way, but it would be 6 turbines in a location using quite, advanced and quite accurate noise prediction software, and the Institute of Acoustics Good Practice Guide gives guidance on prediction methodologies that you should use, the type of data that you would expect to be used in assessment, and all these types of issues, topographical effects, how you assess that, in fact, impacts of humidity, the air temperature. It's all taken into account in the model. It's done on a downwind propagation, so it's effectively a worst case. But in answer to your question, it would be, say 6 turbines of 2.5 megawatt. That's the candidate turbine. So we've set the noise limits based on the 2.5 megawatt turbine. If the wind farm were to get permission, those limits would be set. So if they then wanted to put in the 3 megawatt turbine, regardless of the other issues, they would still need to comply with the limits that they've used in their predictions based on the 2.5 megawatt turbine.
Councillor Frost.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just looking at the Appendix 1, which is the noise impact assessment. This is your document. I'm looking at 7.4, where you actually state that the lower fixed nighttime noise limit is set to 40 dB. Is it possible that you could give us a general indication as what 40 dB actually is? Because I do understand that it also depends on the frequency of the noise, whether it's a loud noise or a soft noise. So if you can also sort of put some meat on the bones there, I'd be grateful.
I guess 40 dB would probably be in a fairly quiet office, that type of environment, I would think. Sorry? Dishwasher? Depends how close you are. Sorry. But quite sort of office. But the ETSU standard, it sets a nighttime value of 43 dB. What we're saying, and what our consultant is saying, is that, well, because of the headroom between the predicted levels and the 43 dB, you don't need all that headroom, so we bring the nighttime noise limit down 3 decibels to 40. So, and that's the limits that we've recommended, also take into account that worst case wind direction. So we've reduced TNEI's noise limits accordingly based on the assessment that we had carried out by our consultant that took into account the easterly wind component, which obviously brings about a bit more protection for those residents that are between the wind farm site and the motorway.
Thank you, Chair. Just one point of clarification. I'm sorry, it's obviously getting rather late, and my brain's getting fairly addled. So you're saying that the noise limit is set to 40 dB downwind at night. Is that correct?
Have we got this? So I'm just trying to find the table of the. So you'll see on page 11 of Appendix 1. Isn't there? Oh, sorry. Table over. It's page over. Is it? It's the page over the one that you were on. So we've got recommendations, and then this. Just table 1. There's only one table in the document, I think. No, there's nothing. Table 1. Have you got those? Yep. So those are the limits that are set for each. So you've got each wind speed, and those are the noise limits, and those are based on TNEI's predicted noise levels. They based their limits on the typical wind direction for the site, which we felt disadvantaged those properties that experience higher levels when the wind was in an easterly component. So those are the actual absolute levels for the operation of the turbines for those periods.
Oops. Thank you for clarifying that. Is there any way you can put some sort of noise generation level on it that we simple souls can understand?
You mean in terms of audibility?
Environment or anything compared to the background noise?
Oh yeah. Which one's what? So
between 6 and 11. Sorry, I'm just trying to understand that you've got, for example, shooting lodge during the day, 58 decibels. I'm just trying to understand what that noise is. Okay, what's that roughly going to be equivalent to? That's all I'm trying to...
As you indicated earlier, noise was made up of different spectrums or different elements of the spectrum, so you'll hear different machinery will make noise in different ways, and so its loudness may not reflect its number in terms of decibel level. So I think the best example is probably one of the graphs used to sort of predict the noise from the turbines and measured it against and compared it to the background noise level for the site, which is largely dominated by the sort of rumbling traffic noise from the M3. So the black line, second from the top, that illustrates the background noise level for the site, which will be dominated by the M3, and for that particular location between 6 in the evening and 11 at night. The green line and the blue line represent the two different turbines that the applicant has modelled and predicted in terms of the noise they would make. So where the noise occurs at such margins below the background noise level, it would be imperceptible to the human ear. Now, I should say for balance that not all locations for this application have a graph that looks like that. There is crossover between, as you see there. So for the Woodmancott farm, the predicted noise level, it would be above the background noise level at certain wind speeds. Not all wind speeds, just certain wind speeds. And we would assume that would be a swooshing noise of some level. Again, you'd still have a very prominent, there would still be other noise occurring in the background, such as noise in the trees, the noise from the M3, and the key measure for us in assessing that graph is how close the blue and the green line are to the red line. So the red line is the absolute level. It's the limit that the operator would be entitled to operate that. That's illustrated at 43, but this is from an earlier document, and we've corrected those, or amended those levels so they are lower. I hope that gives some clarity.
Any more questions on section 9? Move on to section 10, which is page 68 of 98. highways implications both during and after construction, including impact on users of the rights of way network, including cumulative impacts. Any questions? Councillor Tomlin.
Just a quick one. I wonder if the officers could inform us if there's any recommendation on bridleways that we heard some go very close to particularly turbines for horse riders. I know the MOD send out wonderful pamphlets about low-flying Chinooks and they can scare horses, but if horses come across a noisier turbine bushing, is there any evidence or any guideline that we should keep them away?
This is set out in paragraph section 10.7 to 10.14 of the report. And at the end of that section in particular, we've undertaken an assessment of the concerns that have been expressed, in particular by the British Horse Society and the Hampshire County Council Countryside Access Officer in relation to the impact on the footway and bridleway network. Our conclusions is that whilst there will clearly be an impact, and the proximity of the turbines to the bridleways in particular, the two bridleways that run, the bridleway that runs between two of the 6 turbines, are that, notwithstanding that, it is difficult to sustain a case in terms of safety, harm to the amenity of users of the footpath, and we've looked there at other decisions and precedent as well in that. The British Horse Society have a standard which seeks to achieve 3 times fall-over distance, which in this case would be about somewhere short of 400 metres, just short of 400 metres, I think, which is not achieved. The closest turbine is actually 140 metres, which is the minimum as set out in the planning practice guidance issued by the government, which is effectively fall-over distance plus 10%. But we're not recommending a reason for refusal in relation to this, although our reason for refusal too, you will see, does clearly specify public rights of way and local road users in relation to the amenity impact in the context of landscape and visual impact.
Yes, I have to say, I just wouldn't, I'm not asking a question, I just want to say how exceedingly sad it is that when you have an area like this, which is absolutely unique countryside, you have a lot of bridleways and footpaths. These days, for people to have somewhere where they can ride their horses, drive their horses safely, and I just do not believe that they will be as safe if you have these things going that close. And I'm sorry, I am not a member of the British Horse Society.
That's the debate, not you've no question.
That's what I did say. I wasn't asking a question.
Well, keep it for debate. Thank you. Which is the impact on military and civil aviation safety, including cumulative impacts. Councillor Bound.
Yes, could the officer or somebody comment?
Just and these are the people from Osprey. Can you introduce yourselves, please?
Chairman, councillors, my name is Stuart Heald. I've been with Osprey for about 3 years now. Previous to that, I was an air traffic controller in the military for 34 years, 22 years of which was on radar.
Hello, Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Rich Inchcliffe. I've been with Osprey for 2 years. Previous to that, I was with the Director of Airspace Policy at the Civil Aviation Authority, while I was seconded from the Royal Air Force. My experience in the Royal Air Force, 35 years. I'm an old school Air Force, so I started flying on gliders when I was 16, progressed to light aircraft. Then I was told I couldn't fly for a while, you got to go and do an engineering degree, so I did an aerodynamics engineering degree.
continue my flying training. I spent 2 years doing air systems and performance and engine design at Derra, just down the road, for a couple of years. I've instructed on a number of fast jet operational conversion units, including the Italian Air Force for 3 years. That was quite a challenge. And I've flown in this type of airspace in many different types of aircraft over a number of years.
Councillor Bound.
Yes, you must have heard the comments from Mr. Lee from Popham, commenting on your expertise in this area and sort of questioning it. And I found the two sides somewhat confusing. Would you say that you are qualified to comment on Popham?
Yes, I believe so. I would say that I've not flown microlight aircraft, but I've assisted the Safety and Airspace Regulation Group on regulating the type of airspace that they fly in. So yes, I think I'm eminently qualified to comment. You don't have to fly them to understand some of the issues that are involved. There are plenty of people in the Civil Aviation Authority who haven't flown particular types of aircraft, but they're competent, then they take advice, and they're considered competent arbiters in policy and regulators.
Then what Mr. Lee was saying seemed to be at total variance at times to what you have said in your report, which I found somewhat mystifying.
I don't think it was at total variance. There's undoubtedly, in terms of wind turbines, a rotational effect imparted into the local atmosphere. But I was rather disturbed when eventually I found on YouTube the presentation that Popham made to, I think, some of the members here, that to make a comparison between the rotational effect imparted by a wind turbine as similar to the effect of the vortex stream generated by a very heavy aircraft as quite a leap of faith, frankly.
Any more questions? Councillor Potter.
Again, if the colleagues from Osprey could help, you've obviously heard what was said this evening about Lasham, which I think was described by the applicant as being a late objector to the proposals. That apart, and I know these have been described tonight as bonkers, some of the things that were said in regard to mitigation, but I hope they're a bit better than that. In terms of what is being proposed there, albeit there's uncertainty about the radar provision at Lasham, we are advised by officers that similar agreements have been completed elsewhere in the UK, and I guess you have knowledge of that. And on that basis, sorry, I've finished now. Is this going to be feasible and operable at Lasham?
I think it's an interesting point that Mr. Lee brought up. I mean, in the spirit of that, our report agrees with Mr. Lee on that. That we said there would be an impact on Lasham, and there are agreements around the bazaars now between developers and, shall we say, navigation service providers, operators of radars, that fit this bill. As we said in the report, they do have to be robustly. And it has to be a truthful and binding commitment to each other, else it won't work. But there are agreements out there, and they are reaching fruition, and they're deemed by, again, the Civil Aviation Authority to be workable.
Any other questions? Right, thank you. We'll move on to the next section, which is, sorry?
Sorry, I was just looking for the right place in my notes. Could I just ask one question? Because I'm still not quite sure about the ruling or your recommendation on Lasham. Is it true to say that you have some concerns at the moment regarding the safety at ATC Lasham?
Yep, I was asked to look at Lasham as an independent consultant for the council, and the Lasham radar is used to provide what's called as a surveillance radar approach, which is effectively a talk down of an aircraft from an 8 or 9 mile final onto a runway, in this case at Lasham. There's an east-westerly runway at Lasham. 09 is the runway that is affected or potentially affected by woodland caught. The radar that is in use or has been in use at Lasham is a 1950s vintage, and it picks up everything: trees, buildings. It doesn't filter out any contacts whatsoever. And as has been heard at this meeting, that radar, I believe, is in the process of being updated. Now, the present radar at Lasham, as I said, is a 1950s vintage, and there is no mitigation for that other than turning off the turbines. With the new radars, it's been mentioned earlier about a moving target indicator, which actually filters out stationary objects from the radar, which would be, in this case, the turbine tower. But it doesn't filter out moving objects. So therefore, if it's difficult to say because I don't know what the new radar is going into Lasham, but I would say at the present time with the 1950s vintage, that the only mitigation that I can see is the inoperation of the turbines.
Thank you. I just want to make absolutely sure that what it says in paragraph 1130 is that you're saying that concerns haven't yet been adequately addressed, and so you would support a reason for refusal on those grounds. It says refusal based on insufficient information to demonstrate that there will not be a materially harmful impact on the operations at Lasham Airfield.
That is a text that I've written, but I've recommended to the council that that's the case. I think the refusal on Lasham is based on non-information at the moment, because Lasham are not corresponding with the council.
I think we probably need to mention that from our research, it would appear that initially TNI, when they consulted with Lasham, unfortunately, they went to the glider operators who didn't appear to be talking to their service provider. And over 4 or 5 years, I mean, I raise my eyebrows at that, that they don't talk to each other. And hence, I think that's why there's been the lag in the system in this case.
Can I just add to that, Councillor, that the reference in paragraph 11.30 is updated by the update sheet, and I would just draw your attention to that. We're still not in a position to say that the matter is resolved, but it appears potentially capable of resolution, which is why the recommendation is, and you have in the at the bottom of page 9, top of page 10 of the update, OSPO's response to the proposal, which, as you've just been pointed out, would be to stop the turbines. Okay.
Any other questions? We'll move on then, thank you. To section 12. That's gone. Section 12, which is on page 79 and 98. And it is the impact on the development of designated heritage assets and the setting, including cumulative impacts. Do I have any questions? Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. In the context of this application, we've heard of, from both some of the speakers and from the officers, various designations of heritage assets in terms of Hampshire consider this particular asset a treasure, I think was one of the quotes. Are we taking that as inclusive in this particular paragraph? Or is it particular grade 2 list of buildings? You know, is there a distinction here, or can we be flexible in our view of it?
Just to explain, Hampshire Treasures is effectively a publication which was published many years ago, and it was a fairly comprehensive appraisal of what at that time was considered to be significant assets within the county. Some of those were designated as listed buildings, scheduled ancient monuments, historic parks and gardens. Many of them, however, were not, and the avenue at Shelton Candover is one of those. You'll recall what I said at the site viewings, which is that in effect we are given a set range of designation types at national and local level, and the avenue doesn't fall into any of those. However, the MPPF does allow for consideration to be given to what are deemed under the MPPF as undesignated heritage assets, and it makes it clear that some of those can still be considered to be of national value, even if they're not designated or designatable. And that is our advice with the avenue.
It's just that the heading in section 12, the impact of the development on designated heritage assets. That's why I'm trying to tease this one out. If it's not designated, therefore it's not to be considered in this context?
You're quite right, that section does state that, but we, as you read through the rest of that section, and certainly if you read my assessment, which is on file, you'll see regular reference to undesignated heritage assets, and if you within reason for refusal 3 and 4, it refers to undesignated heritage assets as being part of the reason for refusal. The MPPF makes it very clear that the impact of proposals on undesignated heritage assets is certainly a consideration and potentially a very serious one. Does that answer the question for now?
Yeah, it answers it for now. I would suggest that if we'd taken out the word designated and just put heritage assets, it would have been, I think, a lot more clear in our understanding, but thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Could I just clear up exactly what the English Heritage Report is all about? It's on page 38 of 98, and it begins by saying no objection. And this has obviously been picked up by TCI in their briefing sheet, understandably. But then it's just talking about the highly graded heritage assets it's talking about. And then it says, however, the impact on grade 2 buildings, conservation areas, registered parks and gardens and have got to be assessed for any degree of harm and carefully weighed. So they're basically saying, well, the one bit we're commenting on, we don't worry about, but we're handing it over to you to assess the rest of it. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes, that is correct. English heritage, there's national legislation which defines when English heritage should be consulted on planning applications, and that is generally related to the high grades designations such as grade 1 and 2 star listed buildings and grade 1 and 2 star registered parks. Because of the size of the task, they have, quite reasonably looked solely at the high grade assets within that area, and then they passed on the responsibility for the rest to us. That's not to say that we don't have some comment ourselves on the high grade assets, because as you'll see, we have made extensive comments on those. One of which we have acknowledged English Heritage have initially said no objection to, which is the church at Brown Cando, which is grade 2 star. But further correspondence with English Heritage has confirmed that they didn't necessarily consider it from the angle that I did, and they have effectively deferred judgment on that to us, and they haven't disagreed with it.
Any more questions? In that case, oh yes, sorry.
Thank you. We were told by local people that they were concerned about how the electricity would get to the grid. Would it go by a pylon, or would it go underground, or how would it go? If it's going to or through a conservation area, would you insist that it goes underground?
I think it's reasonable to say that from a purely heritage perspective, that would be preferable. Obviously, then you'd have to consider buried archaeology, because obviously digging pits big enough for quite sizable cables could potentially disturb buried archaeology, but I'm sure they could work around that. But yes, I think theoretically you would say that pylons in being introduced into a heritage context would be of concern, and that is something which I do make some comment on in my assessment. But obviously the lead officers have given clarity to in terms of what we can or can't consider.
Councillor Tomlin.
Sorry, probably this is the time to just add to that, if I may. I'd just like some help from the officers how we can get into a situation that we're talking about this electricity generation scheme, and yet we seem to be not insisting upon more knowledge of how we're actually going to get substantial cabling to actually make use of this energy. I just cannot believe that it does not appear as part of this planning report.
Yes, as I said it is covered in the update report, but as you rightly say, it's not covered in the committee report, which is an omission on our part. But the district network operator, who is responsible for the connection from the control building, which is where the electricity would initially go, to the local network, will not do so until after planning permission has been granted. It's a situation which faces every local authority like us when we're dealing with an application for a wind turbine development. And the only comfort I can give you is that if the impact of the connection is significant, then it will necessitate its own environmental assessment. The other thing that we have been told by the applicant is that it would be the responsibility of the DNO to determine the most appropriate way of connecting, either underground or overhead lines on wooden poles. And they've indicated that no pylons would be needed for a wind farm of this scale. But that's as much as I can tell you, I'm afraid.
So would that come to this committee to decide as a follow-up if necessary?
If an application needs to be made for connection with EA, then obviously it could come to committee subject to your delegations as normal, yes.
Any other questions on heritage? Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next one, which is section 13, the impact of the development on biodiversity and ecology, and in particular the impact on designated protected species, including cumulative impacts. Do I have any questions? No? Yes? Councillor Westcott.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I can't find any mention in here about the length of the hedgerows. It's turned up in some of the literature from CCI. I couldn't see, I think it's 50 metres being taken out on the entrance. But is there a mention of any more being put back in other places?
Yep, in the, so my name is Julia Nevcoff, I'm Biodiversity Officer. On page 8 of the updated report, it states how much hedgerow will be removed and how much hedgerow will be replaced as compensation and how much net gain there will be as a result, which is approximately 248 metres with 51 metres of existing hedgerow to be removed.
Any more members? Right, let's move on to section 14, which is on page 90 of 98. Other matters. Any questions? Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question starts with on page 94 of 98 on 14.26. It's talking about the distance of turbines from residential properties, but to put my question in context, may I ask you please to go back to page 65 of 98 and look at 9.19. It's talking about flicker here. The thing which worries me, it says that if effects are experienced by residents, this can be dealt with by means of a planning condition. Would the officer please explain to me what that planning condition would likely be? Would it be to build the resident a new house farther away? Because by that time it's too late. Thank you.
No, is the short answer. It would not mean that. What it would mean is that there are means of adjusting turbines to address issues relating to shadow flicker. I mean, the shadow flicker assessment that's been submitted with the application, which is set out on that page 65, 64 and 65, indicates that their findings are that shadow flicker should not occur. But in the event that it did, a condition, and there is precedent for a condition, which is that the developer would be required to undertake remedial measures to alleviate shadow flicker. There are various ways that can be done. They don't necessarily necessitate shutting down the turbine. And just bear in mind that shadow flicker is an occurrence that only happens when a specific combination of circumstances take place. Therefore, it's very time limited. And you'll see from the analysis of the assessment that there is a general acceptance of a maximum level of shadow flicker that is a tolerated level. But if that was exceeded, and there's no indication that it would be, but if it was, it could be dealt with by effectively management of the turbine operation.
Councillor Westbrook.
There was a mention, thank you, Chair, there was a mention that it could be a different type of turbine blade that was larger, which was more efficient. Does anyone know if that's more or less flicker? Obviously it's larger, will it create less? I'm not sure, a bit too technical probably, but I just wonder, because there would be that type of upgrade.
I'm not aware that, I mean, in paragraph 9.17 on your report sets out the research that has been undertaken in relation to shadow flicker. I'm not an expert in the area, so I'm not certain on this, but I don't believe it's limited in the same way that noise is to assessment of a particular candidate turbine.
Any more questions, members? Well, we'll move on to section 15, which is in fact really one for debate, I think. So shall we move into debate? You agreed with that? Right. Do I have anybody with Councillor Taylor?
Thank you. I wonder if I could just speak first as a ward member, where part of the site runs through my ward, the access road, etc. And I think probably the residents in the Oakley North Waltham ward that includes Popham that's most affected directly by this application. So if I could, thank you, let me speak first. I have to say, first of all, this is potentially one of the most impacting applications I've dealt with in the 7 or so years I've been on this committee. I've been as careful as I possibly can to keep separate in my mind the two separate applications, the Bullington Cross one, which is done, and this one, because they're quite different. And this particular application, as we've heard, is on a higher site. It proposes taller turbines and is in one of the most beautiful areas of Hampshire, with panoramic views across the county to the south coast, which we were able to see at the viewing. As everyone else says, I'm not in principle against wind farms, in that if there comes a day when we no longer have any choice but to raise power this way, then other considerations will have to be ignored, and obviously I would go with it. However, I do regard some of the eminent people who've given us advice about where we're at in accumulating power. The Renewable Energy Foundation reported last month that targets have already been met, in fact oversupplied, as has the government's chief climate change advisor and the Minister for Business and Energy, and I don't think three sources will be misleading the common man or woman in the way that has been suggested. So I'd like to suggest that as things stand at present, we're not backed into a corner. We can decide this one without feeling we've got to do anything. The NPPF states that the impacts of the proposal have to be acceptable and that environmental protections and planning concerns of the local community should be taken into account. So we're required to look at the impacts and assess if they are acceptable, and that's what I've been trying to do. Now, reading through the report, at least 23 consultees have objected to this proposal, including our own landscape team, biodiversity team, conservation team, the North Wessex Downs ANOB, the South Downs National Park Authority, HCC Countryside Access, Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust, ATC Lasham, Popham Airfield, Chilbolton Observatory, among many others. And in addition, if we were to approve this application, we would have to find sound planning reasons to overturn 7 reasons for refusal given by our planning officers. And for me, this is beginning to add up to just a bit too much. The NPPF states that impacts of this development have to be acceptable, as I've said, and I've looked at all of the representations and listened to them tonight. And there are just, perhaps out of the major impacts, there are 4 that stand out to me that I'd just like to bring to you. First and foremost is safety. Both Osprey and the CAA, and I checked this with Osprey, have expressed concerns regarding the potential harmful impact on safety at ATC Lasham. That is an overriding concern to me. And of all the reasons for refusal, we surely can't ignore that one at this present time. But having heard from Mr. Lee, I'd like to include Popham Airfield as another reason for refusal that we cannot ignore. The risk of just one pilot losing his or her life is enough to create a clear reason for refusal, and I can't just brush aside the concerns expressed by such an experienced person as Mr. Lee. Secondly, at our last meeting, we discussed at some length the importance of the observatory at Chilbolton, which is, I gather, unique and of national importance. And we've heard that the turbines in this case would also affect the radar scans and lead to data corruption. And this cannot be an acceptable impact in NPPF terms, I believe, in my view. And when it comes to visual impacts, I feel on slightly safer ground, and I'm very relieved to get off the technology. We're not talking about a distant view of gently rotating turbines fitted over the tops of trees. Although I know that on the viewing we did go to some distant places, and everyone chuckled and said, "Oh, you can hardly see it." And of course, with the visualization, with some of those scenes we have, they are hardly visible. I would like to suggest that they are very misleading. Those turbines are always against a grey sky, and I know from looking at some of the shots from the places I've been to, you can't see it nearly as clearly as you could in real life. Having said that, distant shots, let's forget about those for the time being. When we stood on a public footway at Popham, adjacent to the gardens of many of the Popham residents, it was clear that these turbines would be enormous in-your-face constructions that would completely alter the whole appearance and atmosphere of the area for both walkers and those who live there. And there are several houses even closer to the turbines, such as Mrs. Bray, who we've just heard. Whether you like or loathe the look of the turbines, they are massive industrial machines, 6.5 times higher than the tallest of the trees. And finally, the effect of the turbines, this is one that really affects me. It is really going to affect the iconic Wayfarers Walk, which is just so close to these turbines, and we saw that from several aspects. It's an ancient track which has been celebrated by so many people, from, as we've heard from Claire Baldwin, who can argue with her, to countless charity fundraisers. And a considerable stretch of the Wayfarers Walk will be in full sight of the turbines, not to mention other walks and bridleways which crisscross the whole area, which we've heard about. Do you know what one of my fears is? And we've been really careful to preserve the respectability of Basingstoke and our reputation. That when you get people embarking on a walk down the 71-mile Wayfarers Walk, which snakes through a beautiful countryside right through Hampshire, they're going to get halfway along and they're going to say, "Oh look, there's 6 wind turbines, we must be in Basingstoke." And I don't want that to happen. I really don't want. If it had to happen, it would have to happen, but it doesn't have to happen because we haven't got our backs up against a wall here. We don't have to add into any particular grid in this part of Hampshire at this time. It would do our reputation no good, and it would ruin a beautiful walk that has been enjoyed by millions over the years. Surely we have to protect and preserve our landscape and heritage as far as possible. And this is what I'm asking us to do. It's for these reasons, and of course the many more that I haven't mentioned, but which many people have brought to our attention this evening, that I believe that the NPPS requirement to assess the impacts and ensure that they are acceptable can only be fulfilled if we refuse this proposal. If we don't want these, then please let's not build them. I very strongly urge committee members to support the recommendation of officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I too am also one of the ward members, along with Councillor Taylor, and so eloquently put. I don't have much to add apart from the fact that I think that the distance from North Waltham, which is a beautiful village in the northern area of our ward, will be very impactful. And I also think the impact on Dummer, and certainly the visibility from the church will be another larger impact on the environment and the cumulative effect. I think it just in this case is just unfortunately too much. I have to say that I feel very conflicted after listening to all the people that have been speaking tonight, because I think the standard of debate and argumentation from both sides has been very, very high, and I'd like to thank every person who spoke and answered questions here at the debate, because I certainly feel very informed in actually being able to make this decision. But unfortunately, in the balance of it, I have to come down on the side of our officers and reject this this recommendation, and I think Councillor Taylor said it all. Thank you.
Any other?
I will be very brief because I'll be speaking from the other side, so to speak. I don't suppose too many people here will be surprised to hear that. I went on the site viewing. It's extremely beautiful countryside. I have no doubt in my own mind about that. And I have a great deal of sympathy for the views of the objectors who are objecting in terms of the landscape impact that these turbines would have. But I suppose you could say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. To me, they would not be so intrusive into the countryside as has been said here this evening. I don't feel that at all. I can't see why people wouldn't actually go to look at the turbines. It's a view. It's a view. I've also heard this evening that there was some comment about, which was scoffed at, I heard, from a few people over on my left, who, when it was mentioned that, and it was in, I suppose it's in terms of global warming and the effect that global warming is having now and will have even more so in the future. And grandchildren were mentioned, and there was a titter somewhere over on the left. I despair when I hear that sort of thing. It's almost as if people are denying that there is an effect of global warming through our burning of fossil fuels. And every single person here in this room does it or takes the benefit of burning those fossil fuels, and we're not getting any less of a demand. The demand is going up and up and up, and when you take into account the developing world, and why shouldn't they develop? They need energy as much as we do, and their cheaper way of doing it, I suppose, is fossil fuels. Lots of them have got coal, and they're pumping a huge amount of CO2 and other pollutants into the air. We are a developed country, and I feel that we should be setting an example. And so often what we're hearing is, I'm not disbelieving in terms of alternative forms of energy, but here is not the right place. Where is the right place is what I would ask. there doesn't seem to be a right place, because there are countless objectors who will come along and object for very, very good reasons within their very small locality that they live. So I will not be voting for the officer recommendation here, although I appreciate that I'm probably very much in a minority.
Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Well, unsurprisingly, I'll join that minority tonight, Chairman. I know it's a bit of a heretical view tonight, I'm sure, really, in regard to some of the stuff that we've heard, but I mean, I have a different view. I mean, it's contrary to Councillor Taylor's view, really. I'd be proud to have a wind farm associated with Basingstoke. I think it's well beyond the time that we should have done something about this, quite frankly, and I'd certainly want that to be associated with Basingstoke. I don't deny, and we've heard stuff tonight, and my views are going to be very different to others, the visual impact on the landscape and heritage aspects. I think that's inevitable. But dare I say it, in many ways, I find the turbines quite a beautiful design. Now, I know that obviously sticks in the core of some people, but I do. And I think they make a small but very necessary contribution to renewable energy. And I think it was at the Bullington Cross hearing when I think one of the other councillors was talking about the responsibility that we have in our generation in respect of the landscape and the heritage, and we're the custodians. And I said it there, and I say it again, but we're also the custodians of the Earth's resources. And as Councillor Band has said, this generation to which I belong has done little to look after those resources over many years. And quite frankly, I am concerned about what we leave to our grandchildren and to their children. I don't want a situation where my grandchildren say to me, thank you very much for preserving the landscape and the heritage around Woodmancote, but we've got no means of getting there, Grandad, or we've got no way of going out into the polluted air because of the other impacts of the way that we've actually used the Earth's resources. And I think we can do something here. We don't have to, as Councillor Taylor has said, we don't have to, that we're not up against it in that regard, but we can do something, and certainly in this respect, I believe that this is a substantial scheme, but a very worthwhile scheme. And I think those areas that we've actually been talking about tonight, which obviously are very keen issues with some of the objectors, most of those, if not all of those, can be mitigated. I've said this elsewhere, I know, mitigated or conditioned. And I believe we could do that if we wanted to do that. I think, it's sufficient, really. I mean, we've been in this minority situation before, and we probably will be again. I don't know if there's any other applications likely to be in the pipeline. I do have some concerns, if I could just say it, in respect of the way the Bullington application creeps back into our considerations tonight. I've made this point before about cumulative consideration. Normally we're advised that we should have no regard to other applications and treat the application on its own and in its own integrity. And it seems to me tonight, again, Bullington has been rejected. We have no indication that it's going to appeal. And looking at the Secretary of State's record recently in regard to such appeals, it's not likely to succeed that it does. So I think this application can be considered in its own merit, and I think it has merit, and I shall certainly be voting in favour of the proposal for the wind farm against the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Tomlin.
Thank you, Chair. This is quite a difficult one, really. I mean, I certainly came along tonight, I know we have to say open-minded, but I certainly was open-minded. I totally agree with my two councillor colleagues over there. In fact, I think turbines are extremely elegant. I could sit and look at them for hours. In fact, I'd actually have them in my back garden if I could. Unfortunately, the MOD would stop that, but that's another story. The problem is, if it was only the landscape versus the benefit, and I think tonight we've had various reports. Mr. Lee from Popham, along with Osprey's comments, the radar, the work at the Chilbolton, and then the landscape and all our officers thing. I just think that we have got a great proposal in the wrong place. I don't know where the right place is, but I don't believe there. So I'm afraid my heart says support it. I think on planning terms,
I'm going to have to support the officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? Do I have any proposals?
Could I move for refusal, please?
Yes. Is that moving the recommendation as per the update?
As per the update with the amendments to the conditions, to the reason, sorry, yes.
Yeah. Which in particular?
Oh, yes, potentially, actually, I think there's a general consensus that we should include Popham as a reason for refusal. I would be guided by officers on that, obviously.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. In terms of the impact on Popham, obviously the committee's heard from Popham themselves directly and the council's appointed aviation consultants. I think in this instance, the position we've reached on the application is that the very detailed objections from Popham have been given due weight. They've been considered very carefully by Osprey directly. They've not just been, if you like, put in the round with all other objections. They've been looked at very carefully. And although there's clearly a differing of opinion and judgment as to what the impact is, the clear view that we're supporting in the report is the view of Osprey that there's not a substantive reason on safety grounds to support on Popham. So that would still be our recommendation on that part.
Right, I have a proposal and a seconder. Can we have a vote, please, on accepting?
Sorry, Chair. Just on that point, I mean, there seems to be a consensus that we are not satisfied with the interpretation of Osprey's report with regards to what we have learnt tonight about potential impact at the Popham airfield. So I don't know how we move on forward from there, but clearly that's one of the reasons we're all quite, another reason I think a lot of us have said the aviation thing is bigger than we believe, and I just feel uncomfortable if we don't capture that or find some way of bringing that into the overall report. You know, take due weight for it.
I think the only thing I can perhaps add to assist with members' consideration of that is that although there's not been a substantive reason on safety grounds found, if you like, in terms of the Osprey, although there are other interpretations to be put on that, there is obviously an issue potentially around perception of safety. So although there's an actual substantive ground, is the committee's concern around the perception that Popham would in some way be unsafe, and therefore there's an impact on the operation of the airfield itself, or the economic viability of the airfield. It's in that way.
Councillor Miller.
Hope I can assist in this one. I hear Councillor Tomlin says, I have a very similar background to Osprey, by the way, and in the safety arena. The only evidence you will ever get about safety and Popham is if a proper safety case is made, or at least part of the analysis that goes into a safety case would be completed, which is the kind of evidence, and that's the only evidence you're ever going to get substantially for putting it into a report such as this. But I think you're right, if I could say this to Mike Townsend, it's the perception of concerns about safety, and I think it's how we put that across in whatever documentation we have. But aviation safety cases are very robust and very, very formal pieces of evidence that get produced, which we're not in a position to do it here. We're not in that right place yet. But that's the only way this could ever be done. But I think you're right. It's the perception we want to capture in some way.
So just to clarify, that would be the perception of the impact on safety, and therefore the impact on the operation of the airfield in terms of its, I guess, economic sort of viability.
Councillor Tomlin, right, we have a proposal and a seconder to accept officer's recommendation. Those in favour? Those against? 8 to 4. It's carried by 8 to 4. Officer will confirm the decision now.
Thank you, Chair. So the application is refused for the reasons as set out in the update report, with the addition of a reason for refusal with regards to the perception of potential safety issues in relation to Popham and the subsequent impacts on economic viability of the airfield.
Thank you, everyone. That closes the meeting for this evening. Members, we'll see you on Friday morning.